I just had to click a button. I just had to, that was it. Spongler, hello, welcome. Well, we also have a ton of new people in the chat, so let me grab a figure real quick.
What are you painting? Oh, right, the figure. Is that your new figure?
Let me do some proper introductions before we get going, since we have so many new people. You want me to grab Bane? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, please, Eric. I haven't seen it like in a long time, and never in video, so. Damn. Hi, Ellison.
All right. The link's broken? Oh, weird. Okay. I'll
because I think it's because the links are like.
Yeah, there's too many links together. All right. I'll fix those I'll fix those when it's just Borha painting and I have a few minutes. For some reason it didn't like line breaks, I guess, in chatbot. So I will the Discord one should work, I think. So if you want to join the Discord, ! Discord, I believe should work. So let me switch to my camera here. We're gonna go to my camera. I'll go to this. I'll double check this. So browser source, properties, browser source, output aim. Oh, okay. It looks like they all work. So, hi, my name is Eric. If you are new viewer, I paint miniatures for a living. This is an example of a figure that I've painted. I paint for a bunch of different companies that you may have heard of. Black Crow, Hera, pretty much every one of the big figure producers. I am also the winner of Monte Sansevino Best of Show, Scale Model Challenge, and most recently World Model Expo. This was my Monte Sansevino Best of Show. You may recognize it from World of Warcraft. It's Bane Bloodhoof. I most recently painted this guy. He will be my new in-person workshop figure. So, hello everyone if you are new. Also, Borha. Borha is... How do we introduce Borha? Borha is a professional miniature painter from Madrid. He is the most recent winner of the coveted Slayersword at Adepticon this year, and works for Miniature Art Academy. Bam! So if you want to watch some tutorial videos from Miniature Art Academy, check them out. They're amazing. They have tons of content. Also part of the team with Mr. Alfonso Heraldez. You may know him better as Banshee, but yes. So, all right. So let's. You guys ready to actually get started? We only have so many hours in the day.
Let's paint. Let's paint some miniatures.
All right. Let's talk about some miniatures first. So everyone should have their. I'm gonna Grook. Parakitas. Hello, Spongler. I will try and get. Yeah. So I'll try and figure it out. Anyways. So this is the miniature. You should have it primed and zenithal. Zenithal is referring specifically to this white primer on top. When we're talking about miniatures, right, and we're planning, so we're starting from fresh. In fact, I believe I've never seen a painted version of this figure, so we're all going to be the first person to ever paint this figure. So when we're planning out a figure like this, one, we've already determined the light. So we've determined the position of the light based on the zenithal, okay? But we have to start thinking about what kind of color scheme we're going to use. And we need to consider the contrast, right? So when we're talking about contrast, there's many types of contrast, but the main ones that you think of when you think about contrast is you think about value contrast. Okay, so value contrast specifically will refer to black and white contrast, and you have color contrast is another type. So things like red and green are contrasting colors. But you have many more types of contrast, such as texture, detail, warm, cold, right? So there's a lot of types to consider. Let me ask Chad a question. Okay, do you think that we're going to be able to work with a lot of color contrast on this model? I'm gonna go with probably not, right? Because like, what kind of materials do we really have? Right? We've got skin, hair, a little bit of fabric, leather, and fur, right? We could theoretically try and work into maybe some color contrast in the fabric, and we could play with like an extra, like Mariana says, like, yeah, you could play with it with OSL. So we could do some sort of extreme lighting where we could play with some sort of color contrast. But I'm going to go with, we're probably going to be dealing with mostly neutral sort of tones here. So things like browns, reds, oranges, right? So unless we want to give this Viking bright blue hair, we're mostly going to be working with these sorts of earth tones, yeah? So the other type of contrast that we need to consider is value contrast, right? And this is a thing that I've been trying to convey a lot recently with you guys. Let me see if I can't get my camera to be this one. Yes, this is the one I want, so you guys can see me also, right? So the other type of when you think about contrast, you often think about contrast across the full figure right now. Very much like the figure is primed, right? The figure is primed with a very high contrast. We have black in the shadows, we have white in the lights, but all the contrast across every material at the moment is the exact same, okay? Which does not help with the readability of the individual elements. All right, so the skin, the hair, the fabric, the fur, they're all the same, right? They all have the same level of contrast. We need to create contrast between the elements, okay? So we need to make certain elements lighter and darker than other elements. So we're going to have to reduce contrast on certain areas, right? In order to push more contrast on the whole, okay? This is the thing that I want to get across most in this class that we're doing today, is pushing the contrast of the whole miniature, right? Not just each individual part. Focusing on the big picture, which in our case is the small picture because he's very tiny, right? But pushing the contrast on the whole piece in order to create readability between different materials. Does that make sense to everyone? Borja, does that make sense to you?
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better, to be honest.
All right. So let's start picking some colors, okay? So we're going to grab some skin tones. We could mix our own skin tones. We could start with some sort of skin tone, but I think I'll show first how to mix skin tones, and then we'll supplement it, okay? So I think a lot of the people here, if you don't have these colors, that's all right. Don't worry about it. Pick something similar, right? You'll have plenty of time. Let me make sure this camera stops freaking out. Is it basic? Okay. Is it basically the brightest skin highlight should be brighter than the brightest cloth highlight? As if the skin is going to be brighter, right? Imagine we have a value scale. Let's take 2 paints. Okay. Hello, I'm Frontier and Barnamal. Hi, welcome. So let's zoom out a little bit first so we can see it. Okay. We're gonna make a value scale. All right. So we have black here, and what's not that black? Get that black out of here. All right, so we have black and white, okay? What's in the middle? Gris neutral, huh? Neutral gray, right?
My
Right.
goodness, you can learn to paint and also speak Spanish in this stream, right?
Yeah. You can teach me some things. I often speak a little Spanish in my streams, but you can teach me some new words. I learned one the other day, and I still remember it. Escudero.
Escudero. All right.
Yeah.
Which type of words do you want to?
we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. I might randomly just go, hey, what's the word for this? Let's see. What the heck did I just do with the white that I just had?
Can you hear me, guys? I don't know if they can hear me, Eric.
I think so. Borha is a little quiet. He's coming. They said you're coming through. I can turn him up. I can turn him up a little bit. Hold on. Let's see. Where is Borja's audio? Browser source, or maybe you need to turn yourself up a little more on your end.
No. They said they are saying that I am being quiet, and they don't know me yet.
No, I think they mean like your audio is actually low. I don't know if I can turn him up anymore. So can you turn your volume up a tiny bit?
Hello. Yes, let me see if I can. Hello. All right.
BB Miniatures, thanks for the tier 1. Okay.
I will stick really close to the mic.
Talk right into the mic, like cup the mic and just speak really low.
How are you guys?
That make this the ASMR stream.
Is this soothing enough for you?
All right, let's say this. And talk with the thickest Spanish accent you can. Like you're a Telemundo.
I can actually speak like Gloria from Modern Family. In fact, the faster I will speak in English, the closer it becomes. So I don't know if that's something you would want to watch, Mr. Say or something.
All right.
Hi, Eric.
We're just getting so off track. Hood Guard, thanks for the tier 1.
Go on.
So we have a color of a value scale here, right? So we have black to white, we have gray, white, right? So maybe let's put some more in between, right? We've got this one, and then we can grab a light gray and we can put that in between too. You know, it's not a perfect light gray, but it's something in between, right? So let's say the skin is in this value range up here, right? It's just these 3. Well, maybe the leather might be down here, right? And it might be this value range. So the shadows or maybe this is the fur, right? We're going to do like white fur, like a polar bear or something, right? Or a white wolf, okay? So maybe the shadows of the fur start at the same value as the lights of the leather, right? So you don't have to use this and this in everything, okay? You can use this and you can use this. And these have the same contrast, right? But we shift the values around so in order to create contrast between materials, okay? Does that make sense? I think so. All right. So, skin. All right, let's start with the skin. I'm going to move him out of the way just so I don't accidentally splash any paint on my new figure. All right, so let's develop some colors that are good, that I think are nice for doing skin tones. Okay, so we've got red oxide here. Red oxide is a great one. Okay.
Yep.
We
It is. In
can
fact, I love it.
we can also add some. Let's say we can use some yellow ochre if we want to do a very traditional skin tone. Right? I don't use this one a lot, but so we could also go yellow ochre. We would need white, right? Some sort of white equivalent, something like ivory, right? It's not a perfect white, but it's close enough. And we could do something like this, right? Maybe you guys have these, the like heavy bodies or some kind of equivalent, right? So this would be like a very generic color palette that you would use for skin tone, even in like traditional painting, you know? So we could start with something. We could do these, okay? All right, Pascal and Maverick. All right. What is that? Hood Guard. Thanks for the tier 1. So let's start with some of the transparent raw umber. No blues. We don't necessarily need blue, okay? We could use blue to desaturate, but we could also just use the transparent raw umber to desaturate, because I will show you in a second that it is very, it's a very neutral color. It's close to black. It probably looks black on the camera right now, right? Okay. Let's see. Boom. Let's get some yellow ochre. Get some of the thicker part of it, because I haven't mixed it in a long time, because I tend to use a slightly different tone, but that's okay. It is multiple pigments, but yes. Okay, and then we have, now we can supplement this more later, but we could probably paint almost all his skin with just these. We could do all his skin with just these 4. So let's look at some mixing, right? Like one way to tell what this color really is, right? This transparent raw umber is just to thin it out, right? So you should be able to see just how gray this is when we do something like that, right? If we add a little white to it, look how gray that is. So this is going to act as our cold, right? Our blue. We can just use more of this like more neutral gray to cool this off, instead of using like a literal blue paint in the skin tone. Okay. Black Lion, thanks for following. Hello. Clay's Samurai Fudge. Oh, hello, welcome. All right, so let's make a nice neutral skin tone. So I'm going to take some of the red oxide. I'm going to take some yellow ochre. Right, we might need a little more yellow ochre. This is going to get us to like a nice like orangish red. Okay. This is so saturated. All right, this is way too saturated for skin tone. If I put this on myself, like that's craziness. I can't use that directly. Okay, so let's add some of the transparent raw umber. Okay, and this is going to start to, you can see already that it darkens it, right? So we're reducing the value with it, but then let's add a bunch of white to it. Okay. So now when we add a bunch of the white, right, the white's going to do 2 things. It's going to raise the value, but it's also going to desaturate it as you add more white, okay? You lose saturation when you add white. So now we have something that's much more similar to a skin tone, huh? See that? Nailed it. First try. Okay. I don't expect you guys to do that on your first try. It's fine. And then if we want to darken it back down, we just add a little more of the transparent, right? We can go somewhere like over here. Okay. So let's start with something like this. So this is going to be our shadow tone, right? This right here, let's look at it on my thumb. It's quite dark, right? We're going to start with this as our shadow value for our skin. Okay? This is not our absolute deepest, darkest shadow. This is a general shadow value. Okay? We can push the shadows darker in certain areas, but this is like when you have a surface, right? When you have a plane, okay? Let's switch cameras to here. Okay? The top of my hand is in light. The bottom of my hand is in shadow. Yes? You can see that the bottom of my hand is not black. Okay? If I go like this, the bottom of my hand is still in shadow, but the shadows in between my fingers are even darker. So we're not getting this value right here, but we're getting this value in here. Okay? That's the big difference. All right? Okay, let's switch back to this guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this shadow value that we just created, and anywhere where we see like the darkest value on the zenithal, we're going to use this color. So where do we see that absolute darkest value? We see it in the cheekbones here, we see it under the nose, and we see it under the eyes. Okay? All right, so this is sort of where we see those darkest, okay?
Right now it looks like a Thundercats character. Lion, no.
All right, now the next one we need to make a light, okay? Now we need to think about, if we do a super neutral lighting, right? We're not thinking too much about the ambience of the scene. And I normally try and picture where a character is in terms of the ambience. All right. But here I want you guys to focus more on just getting the values right than worrying too much about the color. Okay. So we're going to mix a light. All right. What I mean by light is I mean a light, not a highlight. I don't want a highlight yet. Okay. Highlights will come later, I promise. But this is just a general light. Okay. If you look at me, all right. Hello. Hi. I'm on camera. All right. I have light here on my forehead, but this is a highlight. Okay. So we're doing this sort of tone. All right. Hi, Bright Minis. Hello.
Hello.
Architect. I wish I had time to paint my miniature, but listening to this information. Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying. Feel free to just watch. The video will be available later. So if you at any point you want to get the miniature, you can get the miniature and follow along later. Okay? Verpainted Architect, hello, welcome. Bright Minis, thanks for the prime. He says hello, Borha. And Pajamalan Ma A. Man, you guys come up with some crazy. All right, so. Bunch of new follows. Thanks for following, everyone. Appreciate the follows. If you're enjoying the content, yes, please follow. And also go follow Borjammer, because he will begin streaming more at some point in the future, hopefully.
Hopefully.
All right, so here where I see like the lightest value, right? I'm just going to start to place some of this light, right? So where I'm avoiding right now is like his temples, where you see this gray tone. Okay, I'm just getting where I see some of the lighter values. All right, so that's kind of across his cheekbones, across the nose, and on his forehead. Right, and we have his mouth here too. I'll go ahead and put some light there. Okay. So we have sort of light and shadow now. We've established two values. We've got a shadow value and a light value. Okay.
All right.
It's pronounced pajama yum. No, that didn't help. Pajama yama.
Pijama llama.
Oh.
Hedgehog.
All right. So now we can create a tone that's in between, and this is going to be our intermediate tone, right? So this is a proper mid-tone, okay? A half tone, if you will. Okay? And now we're everywhere else where I see that I haven't covered, right? I'm going to place this intermediate tone in order to get, we've got kind of 3 colors. It's almost like we're doing like a cell shading here, all right? So we have 1, 2, 3 sets of values. One that is the main light, the light, we have the shadow, and we have the intermediate, all right? And that intermediate works as the beginning of what we would blend, right? To get back to our shadows. So not a whole lot of really deep dark shadow on the face so far, okay? Now we need to create something for the hair. Let's consider what color hair we want to give him. Let's say we wanted to give him hair like my hair, right? Since everybody seems to say that this figure looks like me, all right? If we wanted to paint his hair to look like mine, right? Does it need to be lighter or darker than the skin? Okay? This is a question for the chat. Is my hair brighter? On average, is my hair lighter or darker than my skin tone? Wait, Borja's waiting. I can see him waiting for the chat to answer before he answers. I like the darker question mark. I would agree with chat. Would you agree, Borja, that my hair is on average darker than my skin?
I would say in reality it's similar. It's a similar tone.
It is quite close. Watch, I can do. Oh, I have one. I can do this. Watch this. Oh, you can't. I don't know if you can see that, but I switched to black and white. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
so I think that it's maybe a little. It has a higher value range, right? So the darkest parts are a little darker and the lightest parts might be the same, right? But I think on average that it's a little darker, right? It is slightly wet also. But it's mostly dry now.
Qué pelazo, Eric.
Oh, hold on.
Your hair is amazing.
There you go. That was for you guys.
I used to have the hair like that, you know that.
All right. So, if it's darker on average, but it's also more brown, right? So let's add another brown. I don't have we could use like something like this. Like, let's switch to the camera where you guys can see, right? We could use something like this as a start, but we can use the same transparent raw umber to darken this. But we need to change up the mid-tone color, right? All right, so let's take something like this. Let's add a new color to the palette. I will tell you that blonde is not as yellow as you think, okay? Blonde hair is not like, we don't want to paint it Homer Simpson yellow. Okay? Blonde tends to be on the more brown side. All right, so we're going to take some of this guy and we're going to mix some with the transparent raw umber in order to make a nice darker tone for the hair. And we will do the same thing that we just did. All right, so where I see the really dark values, right, like black back here, okay? Right, anywhere where I see these super dark values, we're going to start a little dark in general, a little darker on the hair, because I find that it's when you're building up texture on hair, it's a little better to start on the darker side and then just build upwards as opposed to the skin where I kind of blend in between. Because I like to leave the brush strokes as texture, I like to start just on average a little darker on the hair. Okay, so I'm going to just get some color and volume down on the hair, and then I'll create basically a mid-tone. So pretty much just this brownish color that I have in the middle, right? And then maybe I add just a touch of white to it to get sort of a neutral brown like this. And I will build up the color on his head, okay? So I'm creating some sort of contrast, right, between the skin and the hair, okay? So this helps to separate these values. Who is that? Sulfated, hello, welcome, and Tijok Savage. That's what I'm going. I'm making it French sounding. And Sir Abelitro. Welcome, everyone. Hi, all the people joining in. We have 1,700 people watching. That is quite a lot.
Beautiful face.
1,700 people watching me paint myself. I promise Joaquin did not sculpt this to look like me. He sculpted it. He just likes Vikings. That's all it is to it. That's why he loves me so much.
Yeah. I should get my hair long again then.
Oh, you're gonna grow it out?
Yeah, at some point. Before I get bald, you see?
Before you live up to your name?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys might not know this, but calvo means bald in Spanish. All right. So now we've see there's an overall difference in the skin and hair values now, right? We're just roughly sketching this in. Now we've got to create something for the fur, right? So we do the same sort of process here, where now maybe I want the fur to be like something like this, right? If I want to do this lighter value to the fur, so I can create a lighter value here. We're just getting a value sketched down. We're building on top of the zenithal prime. We're letting the zenithal prime kind of inform where we should place values, and then we build up from there. Okay. And then some sort of even darker brown, something a little more rich. I can maybe take something like this guy, the wood grain. You guys know I like my wood grain in smoke, right? It's a nice, super rich, dark brown color, something like a burnt umber, you know. But it's more like an ink here. You can see it's very transparent, right? And it is wood grain from Vallejo Model Color. Mm. So I can use that but it's basically like a burnt umber ink. Right. It's just not quite as shiny as a burnt like a proper ink, you know. Because I find some inks to be a little too shiny. And now where we actually have the choice to add some color to the figure, now we need to pick a tone for his coat, like his little scarf thing here. And the question is, do we want to like reinforce the color palette, this like brown color palette that we already have? Or do we want to create some contrast with this brown color palette that we have? Okay. And I think this choice is kind of interesting, right? Which one you decide to do here, that if you use, you can kind of create, stick to this sort of harmonious color palette, or we can create something that's a little different. What do you guys think we should do? I don't think there's a wrong answer in this case. I think that you can stay in the brown tones and it will harmonize and it will work well, or you could go with something like blue because of how much orange we're using, and it will function also. Hello, Brooklyn Bonji. Hello. Let's see. Someone had a question. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but this is silly question, Mr. Swinson. Are you C. Not Bush, fellow streamer sculptor, long lost brother? No, I'm not. I'm just Eric. Hello. Blue with a pattern. Our Wendy wants blue with a pattern, so we might have to do some kind of pattern later if we have time. All right, we can do that. So let's go with a blue, right? So let's take, maybe I don't want like a super saturated blue. Maybe I want something a little more neutral. Okay. So I'm gonna grab just any, maybe like a Prussian blue would work well instead of a phthalo blue, but we'll do something like this, right? This is some sort of elf blue, but it's like an ultramarine kind of blue instead, you know? I also tend to love this color, right? So here we can do something like that. And we can use the same brown to add shadow to this. Like, this will work. It's going to reduce the saturation in the shadows. We can even use this. Right, we can use the wood grain to darken the blue. There's lots of ways to play with these colors, but right now, like I said, we're more worried about the values than we are the shadows, right? Or the exact color. This is very easy. Like, look how steel gray this looks, right? This is very easy to adjust later. Like, all we would have to do is take another blue and put it on top, like right over top of this as a filter, and we could totally shift the color. We are more focused on the values scale that we have right now than the exact color, right? So how do we feel about the value of this cloak at the moment? Any feelings, Borha?
I think the tones are in general, the values are quite similar right
Yeah.
now. Especially the fur and the blue.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with the chat is doing good. All right, so let's darken this again. We can put another layer. All right, so that's going to help shift that down even more. And then I think, yes, you are correct that it is a little too bright at the moment. So we're going to take a stronger blue color. Something like, we can grab a phthalo. And I believe you are correct in terms of that it is too similar at the moment, okay? Do you mainly use Vallejo? Huh? How was that? Paints? I get the impression you don't really care. It's just paint. But do you have a preference at all? I mostly use Chimera and Vallejo. I don't have, but no, I'm not like, I don't have any particular brand loyalty to like a specific paint or anything. I just use what I like. And I suggest the same from everyone, that you should experiment with different paints. Maybe there's one that you really like from one specific brand, right? And like, maybe that's the only one you like from their whole line, you know? But yeah, use different paints and see how you feel about them, and don't feel like you need to stick to one specific brand, right? So here on the back, I'll add some blue. And now how do we feel about that blue? I feel better about that, right? It's a little darker, feels a little more in line with what we're going for. Okay? Then on this little thing, doodad right here, I'm just gonna black it out because it's bothering me as just white now that everything else is kind of covered, right? I'm just going to get some color over top of it just to get rid of it. And then I will cover a little better the hair here. Okay, this little bit right here is fur poking out, but don't freak out too much about doing a perfect job at this stage. We want to get things sort of covered, but then we're going to focus on sort of one element at a time as we refine. We're just sort of we're getting the big picture right first, right? We just want to separate things into values, and then we will build up from there. Okay? So, boom, there we go. All right. How do we feel about that? Good? Okay? Makes sense, everyone? Any questions about any of the stuff we've done so far? Yes, no.
How come you are so beautiful?
Oh, man. Sorry, I don't... You know? It's just get your 8 hours of sleep, drink your Red Bulls, and there you go.
All right. I really like the overall feeling. I think in my version, I'm going for more harmonious tones. Someone in chat suggested going for bright greens, like really warm greens, and I really like that.
Sure.
So I may go for that.
Do your own. I encourage everyone to do their own thing here. Like, okay, please, let's not go too crazy with, like, he shouldn't look like he's wearing I don't know, what's like Barney's fur or something, you know, like what's don't make him look like he's wearing Elmo, okay? But you know, like, play around with the colors a little bit, right? Pick your own hair color, pick your own fabric color, but let's try and avoid the purple hairs and things, okay?
All right. Should I go then?
Gratuitous D. Yeah, I encourage everyone to do their thing, right? So you guys, I want you guys to catch up with me. So real quick, while Borha also paints, right, I'm going to explain how this is going to work a little more. So I'm going to switch to this camera while Borha also paints. All right. Let me get these people. All right, so because we got a lot of followers, and I appreciate everyone following, and I also encourage you to go follow Borha. But Gratuitous D, The Rising Legend, Loki P, Natural Geekery, Mama Lion, Lieutenant No Taco, welcome in everyone, and Maximus Tortoise. Thank you all for following. I appreciate you all being in here. If you're new to the stream, my name is Eric Swenson. I'm a professional miniature painter. Over here is Borha. Hello, Borha.
Hello.
Borha is the most current Slayersword winner. He also is one of the instructors on the website Miniature Art Academy. So if you enjoy this content, you can watch a video by me. You can watch lots of videos by Borja and by Alfonso all over on the miniatureart.com website. How was that for a plug?
Thank you, man. And thank you everyone who's joined to see our beautiful faces but ugly minis. I'm gonna try my best and not ruin the
Brutal Burrito asks, where's the iconic yeah. Brutal Burrito asks, where's the iconic trench coat? I think it's like 40 degrees in Spain right now.
Yes,
yeah,
it's crazy hot here right now. So, I don't think it's a good idea. I can maybe show the piece that won the Slayersword.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, should I go get it?
Yeah.
All right, just a minute.
So, what I want you guys to do while you're doing this is I would like you to follow along. Let me put it back on camera. So you guys should be kind of instructions unclear, model is now covered in Nuln oil. So you guys should be kind of following along to this point. Yes. Then if you want, let me do this exclamation point Discord. So if you are a sub, there is a channel. You have to link your Discord account to your Twitch account. If you are then a sub, there is a channel in the Discord called Saturday Workshop, where later on you guys can post where you're at, so your work in progress in the Discord channel. There is a specific channel for today, okay? Not the current projects channel, not the feedback channel. It is the Saturday Workshop channel. Let me switch over to Borha real quick. You can see his beautiful Slayersword winning griffin. I can't see the base though. It's one of my favorite parts. Move it up. Saki D and layer art is what I'm going to go with. Hello. And Nero Source. Hello. It is incredible. It's super good. How did he get that live bird to stand still? How'd you do it, Borja? It's crazy. Well, you muted yourself.
My bad. We have a workshop going on right now in the academy. I am here in the academy, and since I opened the door, I didn't want like 1,000 voice of
no,
Spanish.
I don't think you can really hear
loud.
them. I think it's all right. Can we see a 360? You can see so many 360s on his Instagram. So,
all right.
When you are doing the figure, yes, explaining the Discord. So in the Discord, there's the channel. In the channel, you can post your work in progress. So when you guys get to this point, feel free to post a work in progress picture, and I will review them, and we will sort of like the Feedback Friday, if you're familiar with it. Okay? Borja?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you to paint alone for like 5 minutes while I go do a thing.
Maybe you come back and your stream is over. Who knows?
So Borja will be manning the helm for a minute while I go.
All right, be careful, Mr. Swinson.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, guys, now it's time to blow it up. As you can see, I'm trying to be as precise as possible, but you should not care about precision right now. We are in a moment of sketching, so I think I've gone maybe for a darker tone than Eric. I am also using inks and fluid paints. I am also using Chimera and Vallejo, but I am complementing them with inks to improve fluidity. Sorry for my broken English. And yes, Rubloff brushes are my favorite right now. That's what I'm working on with everything, basically. right. Any questions up for this moment? I think I'm also going for a little bit of more of a golden tone. I don't know if that's mm, going to end up in that tones, but at least for me, I prefer normally to go also for more luminous colors to improve the contrast. Also, I am covering even the halftone that Eric mentioned here because it's going to be easier for me to cover them over a saturated plane or volume rather than just going for the white, so I can get also some saturation in the meantime. And now let's apply the halftone that Eric mentioned. My skin tones may vary from Eric's, but that's something that doesn't matter in general because we all don't have the same skin tone. Even people with the same ethnicity. So you should not worry at all about skin tones at all. You just need desaturated bright red to apply, and that's it. I think for the moment this is it with the skin. Let's go for the hair. Eric used I'm going to go for this English uniform from Vallejo. It also works, at least for me, for the moment. I'm sorry that you cannot see my palette right now, but I am a little bit lacking on cameras at the moment. Here. Let's all paint Mr. Swinson's beautiful face. Is that what I think I heard, Eric? Is that
What's that?
Red Bull count number 3?
No, 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 no. That was the door. We're still on number 2. It's fine.
All right.
Let me catch up with the chat a little bit here. How's everyone doing? Rublo brushes are amazing. Got some from Masterclass. Yes, I like Rublo. I'm an artist opus guy myself, but were you apologizing for your English? You're a little high and to the left also, by the way, on camera.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was telling the chat that I am really enjoying Rublev lately. Like, they are basically my favorite brushes right now for the moment.
They are quite good, yeah.
I thought that I would never find like a substitution for Winsor and Newton, and I'm really
Well,
happy with
let's
them
be
right now.
honest that the Windsor and Newton Series 7 are not the brushes they used to be.
No, absolutely not. I am never buying Winsor and Newton Series 7 because it's like a Russian roulette right now. You can basically buy 5 and only one of them will work. So I am not taking that risk with $20 or $30 brushes
Hi,
at all.
Mr. Remy. Bonjour, Remy Tremblay. We have the Monte Sansevino multi-time Best of Painting winner in the chat. Hello.
Oh my goodness. The level.
Two times. Yes, the Discord. So, there's the link to the Discord. Thank you, Steve, for posting the link. You join the Discord. If you are a Twitch subscriber, you can use a Prime, whichever works. You have to link your Discord in Discord. There's like an integrations. There's also a FAQ in the Discord channel on how to do that. You link your Discord, and then you get access to the Saturday workshop channel where you can post your work in progress photos, which in a few minutes we will take a look at. I see some people have already posted some of theirs, and we will take a look at how people are doing. And yeah, we'll give some feedback. Devereaux, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thanks for following also. I'm actually surprised with rosemary brushes. Really like them. Yes, they're quite good. And Raphael has always been consistent for me. Raphael's for me are a little soft. They don't quite have the snap that I like, but I like any tools, I am of the opinion that use what works best for you. You know, if there's something that you are comfortable with, do not take my word as gospel. Use the one that works best for you, you know? Let's see. All right, while you're still painting, I'm going to try and fix these chat commands. Impossimato Louise, thanks for the Prime. Frontierborn, thank you for the Prime. And Spunkler, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, everyone. Welcome in all the new people. Thank you very much. All right, let me see if I can't fix what's going on here with the what's it called? The chat commands. See if that works. Update, maybe that'll work. Edit this one. Me update that one. And I think that should do it. So let's try. Let's try exclamation point Borha. Hey, there we go.
Hey, there I am. All right.
So you can follow Borja on Instagram, Twitch, and over on Miniature Art Academy.
Like, can I do a shout out for Miniature Arts team and what we do?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yes,
like,
please.
Guys, like for real, we are creating a lot of formative content, and this is not only me, it's also Alfonso Giraldes Bansi and many other people behind this amazing project. And we are also starting to produce our own miniatures. And please, at least take a look at the website and what we do, because it won't disappoint you. There's also several different trials and free content for you to check out. And if you don't like it, then I was going to go for my Spanish humor. I don't know.
Just say, whatever you're going to say,
No.
feel free. No, they are good videos. I've produced a video for them. Alfonso, kind of his brainchild. He was one of my teachers. Yeah, I know he's your teacher, right? Got videos by Mark on there. You got a video by me, by Anthony. It's just a lot of good content. And shout out to the new model from Alex Caratala that went on sale yesterday. It's like very cool. Yeah, it's very cool.
I'll see if I can send you one.
Dorena, welcome in. Thanks for following. Muzi660, hello, and die already, please. Wow, that's a nice name. And Compulsion UF, hello, welcome. Thanks for following. Welcome in, everyone.
Is the camera better right now? Because I think it was a little bit overexposed.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right.
All right. So while you're doing that, and Compulsion UF, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. All right. So while you're doing that, I'm going to switch to this camera, and then I'm going to pull up. So I have the iPad up, and you're still up on streaming. We're going to look at the Discord and see how people are doing. Let's see. Saturday workshop. I like a lot of people posted pictures of just their primer job. It looks good. It looks good, guys. All right. Hey, Eric,
Best
looking forward to
ever.
seeing you at Nova. I'll be in your Back to Basics class. Very exciting. Nova should be fun at the end of the month. Speaking of in-person classes, Borha and I will both be at Adepticon this year teaching classes. Yes. Any other classes? Any other classes coming up, Borja?
I think, Alfonso and I are attending.
You're
LBO.
echoing.
Am I? Sorry. Let me. So Alfonso and I are attending LBO, and we are teaching there. Alfonso is teaching a really amazing workshop with a new figure, and I will be teaching smaller classes. So feel free to say hello.
Yeah. Let's see who we got so far. Who's posted? Sam. Looking good. Okay. Yeah. Need to get some color down on the fur, but placement of light and values on the face looks good. So I think you're going in the right direction. I like the color tones. Borja, when are you and Alfonso doing a class in Maryland or Virginia?
Maybe when Eric invites me to his house, I could do that.
You're invited anytime you want. I have a spare bedroom. You can come stay with me, or you can sleep in my bed if you want.
Oh, okay, but will you sleep in that bed also?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, maybe we can sleep hugging together.
All right, let's see. The noob painter, looking good. Yeah, okay. Got a little work on some of the coverage a little bit, but I think you're on the right track here. I would start a little darker on some of the leather areas, but skin tones and stuff looks nice. Don't forget the cloth on his back either. There's a little patch of it on the back. Diddy looks good. Perfect. Exactly what I want to see. Colossal Meltdown. Okay. Not bad. I think your skin tone, the lights of your skin tones here are a little dark. Okay. So you might want to go just a touch brighter on those. But I think other than that, doing pretty well. Okay.
I would call it done at the moment.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I think you are right on track.
All right.
So I'm gonna switch over to just the iPad camera. So let's see. If I do this, hold on, let's see. Are we both on camera now? Yeah, there we go. We can do that. I have there you go. We can look at the iPad and both of our face cams are up. So who's it? That was Diddy. Colossal Meltdown. Yeah, we went that one. Maverick. Lighting is a little tough from the camera, but I think you're doing okay. I would like a little more light on the beard and the mustache, and a little more light on top of the longer strands of hair. And yeah, you still need to pick a tone for the fur, but it looks like you're on the right track. And fish, perfecto, exactly what I want to see. This is very good. You can already see now. You can already see this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like the we're looking at the big picture, right? Because when you look at this right here, it's already starting to work, right? Just with a few colors, lights and shadows down, the effect of this is already starting to function, right? It's looking good. Okay, Steve. It's a little blurry, but it looks good. Looks good to me. Value separation is nice. Good contrast. Lights and everything look nice. You guys do commissions for full 40K sets? Heck no. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Do you want to paint that Skaven army, Eric, at some point?
A kill team is enough for me, and even then, I only do that for myself. That is way, dude. You wouldn't want to know the price, how much it would cost to paint a full Space Marine team, like a full 40K army. It would be. It would probably
maybe 40K.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Feral Brush Liquor, looking good. Yeah. Okay. Looks nice. Nice start. I dig it. Candace. Okay. Candace, I would say that the lights of your skin might be too light. You might need to darken the overall values on your skin just a little bit, just because you might run out of value going up to the highlights. But I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. Just be aware that like when we start to push the light even further, you might feel like you're running out of value range here. Okay. Mystic Gnome. Very good. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Maybe just, we're going to add some too as we go, but you might want to add just a touch more red to your skin tone in the future. It's a little like brown at the moment. So just be aware, like later on, you might need to add just a touch more red. Hello, Major Asnable. How are you? Manu, looking good. This is okay. So what I'm going to say here is that the light on your cheekbones, this like mid-tone on the side of the nose, is a little much, specifically on the cheekbones. Like you're making the lights on the cheeks maybe slightly too small. So just be aware of that going forward. So when we're going to start to refine and blend this, but that might be something to keep in mind going forward. Slaps and ice cream. Muy bien. Very good.
Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Ma che cosa? Italiano.
Teal? Yeah? All right, so the hair here might be a little yellow. Okay, this is what I was talking about with blonde hair. Don't want it too yellowish. So this might end up looking, a little unrealistic because of how yellow it is. So just keep that in mind for later down when we start to refine a little bit. You might even now want to just like shade this with a little more of a neutral brown because of how yellowish it is. Okay, it's much blonde hair is much more neutral toned than you think. Okay, and Mars seems to be going well. Your lights also might be a little bright here. Look at the what I want you to kind of see here is the difference between your shadow tone and the lights, right? The value range is quite high. So you might want to bring these together just a little bit. Reduce the value range on the skin just a touch, okay? Who else? Dicey. We've got so many pictures as well. Trying to get through them. Dicey looks good. Ansel looking good. I would say it looks nice. Yeah. Nutri. Pretty good. Okay. Try and clean up the shape here on the lights of the cheeks just a little bit. It's a little, that shape is a little rough. You might be trying to focus a little too much on small shapes right away. Like, don't even worry about some of these like wrinkles here on the brow right now. Like, ignore that stuff. More general large shapes, okay? It's easy to get, like, I cannot stress enough how easy it is to get lost in details too early, all right? Who is this? This was RJ. Perfect. Looks great. Yeah? Exactly what I want to see. All right. Baba. Good, but you need to finish. You need to base coat these other parts. Your skin's also a little gray here. You can see really just how gray it looks. So try and add a little more color saturation to the skin. Just a bit. Okay. Okay. Captain Carp. So this is all right. Borja, what do you think? I'm gonna let you answer this one. What do you think the issue here is?
The fur is basically the same tone as the hair. You lose track of the focus, and also the skin is a little bit yellowish. You have too much yellow going on right now.
Yep. Yeah. I think that is exactly right. Everything is just a little too similar, right? So we need to separate these a little bit more. So either make the fur a little lighter or make the hair a little darker. And then, the skin is also a little bit yellow. So a touch more red in the skin tone. Okay. Imposimato. You're trying too early to put too much contrast in. Okay, this is what I was talking about, where it's like we don't need maximum contrast everywhere. You can see just how high the contrast is on yours. Okay, I'm gonna put mine back on screen for just a second. Get out of here, bottle. I don't need you. Okay, so let's look here for just a second, right? You can see like that I do not have that level of contrast at the moment, okay? You're trying to push the contrast too far, too early, okay? We need to just separate things first, all right? So reduce it, okay? We have not touched highlights yet, so like bring everything down, all right? Rui. our friend from Portugal, the only Portuguese painter I know. Winner of Best of Standard at Fin Model Show, actually.
My goodness.
We've got winners in the chat, dude. Winners. No, this is good. This is exactly what I want to see, right? Perfect. Very good. Looks good to me. Yeah. Maybe slightly high contrasted on the hair. Maybe reduce the hair contrast a little bit because we're going to introduce more detail, but I think you're on the right track. All right. Richard. Richard looks pretty good. What I would say is that this is the same one where I would be careful pushing the lights of the skin too much. Same with the beard. We have not done highlights yet, so you might want to just like filter over top of this to take it down just a touch so that we have room to really push those highlights in a bit. But shape-wise, I think it looks great, yeah? You think so, Borja?
I think so. Also, maybe right now for me, the green and the orange are a little bit distracting from the face.
Okay.
At least they are distracting me a little bit. I think it's something that we can do later. We can work on later.
Yeah.
But I would take that in consideration at least.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I can see that. Particularly the orange. I don't mind the green very much, actually. I think the orange of the fur is maybe a touch much. Murph. Looks good. Boom. Yep. Nailing it. You need to base coat the fur, though. Matt. What's with you guys not base coating the fur, huh? People are painting everything else, but they're not touching the fur. You know?
Maybe it's just base coated with white. It's time to save paint and time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this looks good. Yeah, this is like exactly right for like a blonde hair color. Like that's exactly what I want to see, right? No, I did the fur on mine. Yeah, look, I can go back to the camera. See, it's base coated. It's not like it's just gray. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's like an off-white color. All right.
I will put mine in camera also.
It's just an off-white tone. Yeah. Looks good. Looks great. All right. There we go. And lacks of good taste. Nice. Good job. Jubass. Yes. Very good. Doms. One of our Australian friends who are up very late at the moment. Right. Yeah, exactly what I want to see. Looks really good. Okay. Yep. Dodge. Yes, sir. This side. Blue. That's supposed to be like leather down there, so I would fix that. So down on the bottom here, the like leather strap and stuff. So I would correct that, but Zero Sun. Just other than that little strip of blue, I think you're on the right track. Just paint where the eyebrows would be. It's fine. Just we'll add eyebrows later, but yeah, just cover that area. Is your name purple in the Discord chat? People with purple names are subs. Oh, someone's asking where in the Discord is the Saturday page. The Dogfather, you have to be a sub in order, and you must link your sub to the what's it called? All right. Whammy. Nice. Very good. Fat head. Your hair is a little light, so he's gonna, when you go to add highlights and stuff to this, he's gonna look like bleach, like really light blonde, which I think can work, but it might get a little too similar to the fur, so I would consider going just a bit darker. Just a little, okay? Spencer, your skin is also a little yellow here, okay? So be careful. You might want to add a little touch more red. And then obviously, but like the value contrast wise between the hair and the skin is quite good, but you should be able to see in this picture that color wise, they're very similar at the moment. So yeah, you might need a little bit more red in your skin tone, okay? That was Spencer. BB. Very good. Yep. Looks nice. Okay. Baby Stapler. All right, baby. Your skin is a little saturated. All right. So it's got a little bit of a baby hamster look to it right now. So I would...
What is baby hamster? Sorry.
You know what a hamster is, right?
A hamster, like the rodent.
Yeah. You know, like...
What is baby hamster? Oh my goodness. I just got my...
You know, like a baby mouse. Like a baby mouse, they're very pink.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Okay. So it's yeah, it's just it's a bit pink at the moment is what I'm getting at. So reduce the saturation on the skin just a touch, okay? But in terms of value, I think you're there, okay? Dragon Eye Heather. Okay, Heather, your skin is a little, the lights of your skin is a bit too pale, okay? So you're not, this is going to be difficult to highlight up from this. You're going to run out of value range here, so you need to darken the lights of your skin just a touch. A Fairgolm, hello. Welcome, thanks for following, guys, appreciate it. Dan. Looks good. Very good. And Gunback is now following. Hello, welcome in. Dimitri, yours is maybe a touch dark. Guys, also don't worry about the eyes right now. Like you're trying to avoid painting in the eyes. We're going to paint in the eyes. So don't freak out too much about if you get some paint in the eyes, you know? It's fine. But yep, that looks good. Arcane Alex. Great. Looks very good to me. Yeah? Did you say so? I think that's exactly what we want to see. CTR Bird. Good. Yeah. Think you're on the right track. Pete, it is good. You're trying to blend a little too much early though, okay? Like we just want to focus on shape and stuff right now, but color wise and value range wise, yeah, it looks great. Okay? Don't you know.
Hi Joaquin.
We got Mr. Joaquin Palacios. Hello.
He says he can see the Saturday workshop on this.
Hold on. Joaquin's in the Discord. Joaquin, I can give you special permission. Joaquin, I will give you special permission in a bit to see it. Joaquin is the sculptor of the miniature, so he gets special treatment. This looks great. Lexi, very nice. Flapjack. Flapjack, you might want to darken it down a little bit. It looks like you're painting kind of thin, like your paints are a little transparent. Okay, so you might need to do a second layer here. Okay, because I can see I can really see the primer still through the paint in some spots, which is going to end up making it a little splotchy. All right. Who else do we have? Lumpy, your paint looks a little thick, like you're going a little, it's going on a little heavy, thick. So you might want to try thinning it out just a little bit and applying more than one layer. I also think the lights of your skin are a little bright at the moment. Okay. Hair looks good, but the skin tone is, yeah, it's looking a little chunky, little chalky right there. Okay. Maybe we got so many new messages. Jeez, Minji. Very good. Yep. Okay. Nice. Hudson. Very good. BB again. Yes, good. Wait, you guys posting twice? Roxana. Oh, I like Roxana's doing her own take.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. It looks like kind of Greek instead.
Yeah, it does have a
northern,
little,
right?
yeah. Yep. A little bit.
With the sun-touched skin and the reds and the like. I really like the take on Roxana. Actually, yeah.
Very good. Dave Mumford. Again, with the skin is maybe a little missing just a little bit of red in it. Okay, but other than that, looks good. Marcus, maybe the same problem here where you might need to add a touch more red. Also, the hair might be a little touch yellow. So, Baba, good job. Yep. Nate, also nice job. Maybe do another layer on the hair, specifically on the beard. It's looking a little thin there, but that's okay. Who was that? Who is this? Chino Studiero? Huh?
No, sorry.
Oh.
I wasn't.
Oh, saying hello to someone in the comment. This looks good. Just trying to cover some of this area a little better, but the value range and stuff, like, see this little bit of red in the skin? That's kind of what I'm looking for, right? So this is good. Just need to be a little more thorough in the coverage in some areas, because when we go to blend this out, you don't want some of that patchy gray showing through, right? Happy Saturday. Antion, hello. And Ajabear, hello. Welcome, guys. Richards updated it. It looks good. Dimitri, yep. ITZ Electric Football looks good. Again, might want to add just a touch of red to the skin tone, okay? Because it's very close in terms of coloration to the hair at the moment. But yes, I like it. All right, so that's everyone. Okay, so we can, I think everyone is basically where we're at. They should have had plenty of time now to catch up to that point, right? To just do the quick sketching. Let me, Joaquin, I'll give you access in a bit. Okay. That's fine. He'll be fine. I'll give him access in a few minutes. So let's jump back to this camera, and then I will do this. We will go here so you can see. All right. If I'm late, will I have missed feedback opportunity? No, I'll go back through it. We will catch up, okay? You can catch up. We're gonna do like multiple rounds here where we will do different stages. Okay. So the next step. All right, we're gonna focus more on the face now. All right. So I still have some cleanup to do. I've got some messy spots. So I'm gonna make sure that I get a little more of this covered. Okay. Since I did it pretty fast, I'd like to give you guys plenty of time. So real quick, I'm just going to clean up my base coats. Okay. I think that's pretty good. All right. So the next step is we need to start bridging some of these tones, okay? What do I mean by bridging? So you have your wet palette, you've got your paint set up, you've got a bit of every color here. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to now grab, let me switch it to, sorry, I've got Borha still on camera. Hold on, how do I do? There we go. So you're not just like...
All right.
there. You still got audio, but now you're not just like laying on top of my wet palette. All right. So what we want to do now is we want to think about beginning to bridge some of these tones together, okay? And here, so say like here, right? We want to think about the planes of the face. How round is the forehead, all right? So I don't want to make a perfectly smooth gradient all the way across his forehead because it's not round like a cylinder, right? It's not, the shape of the forehead is not a soda can, you know? So it's flatter in some parts and it's more angular in other parts, okay? So by how wide I make this transition here is going to determine that form of the change in plane. Okay. So by blending in between, creating an intermediate color here is how wide that how sharp or abrupt that transition is. Okay. Okay, so here, same over here, right? So I begin to create intermediate tones to soften these transition points. But I don't want them, like I said, I don't want a perfectly smooth gradient all the way across. I want to create a transition here. So some of them are going to be smaller gradients. Other ones will be longer gradients depending on how abrupt that change in plane is. Does that make sense? Chat, is that logical to you guys? Okay. Let me get a yes, Eric, if that's logical. If you have questions, feel free to say so. Okay? All right, so here I can begin to continue to soften this out. Soften this, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just beginning to refine the shapes. This is still a sketch, okay? But at this point, we're refining the forms, all right? So by blending, right, we're softening the shapes, we're adjusting the shape of his face where we need to. Now, if I wanted to, right, at this point, if I need to make certain shapes bigger or smaller, where I blend can adjust the shape, okay? So if I want to make, say I wanted to make his cheekbone bigger, right? Like I wanted to shrink the cheekbone here, I would blend more onto the shadow side in order to make the shadow larger. But if I wanted to expand the shape and make the shape like it's getting more light, okay, I would paint more on to the light side. All right. So by painting more into the light, I increase the size of the shape, and painting more into the shadow, I will decrease the size of the shape. All right. So blending in between here, we'll do things like that. Okay. I'm still not focused on the really tiny volumes yet. I'm just softening things. All right. But certain shapes need to have harsh transitions, right? So like on my face, I'm going to switch to my camera.
Sorry, guys.
No problem. Right? So like on me, right? If I smile, okay, then this fold right here, okay, this is round, right? This is a nice soft round curve. But then this change in plane is very sharp. And as I stretch and move, that shadow reduces or increases depending on how much that changes. Okay?
What are you explaining right now? Sorry, I missed it.
So basically, I'm talking about how much you want to make the gradient, right? So when you're blending in between planes, how abrupt of a transition you make basically determines the form, right?
All right.
So
yeah.
So if I made if I only left this light right in the center of his head, right, it would make it look like his forehead is like completely round, right?
Yeah.
But by making this part of the whole forehead kind of one similar value, it makes it feel more flat. Okay?
Absolutely.
So, the next, hello, Dark Mockery and Sland, welcome. Oh, Dark Mockery, thanks for the prime. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit more of this red and I'm going to thin it down, right? So this is the red oxide. And now I'm going to start to introduce some tonal variation to the skin, okay? So by adding more of that red to the lips, all right, by adding more of that red around the nose, okay, we begin to introduce some of the thinner parts of the skin where you have more coloration in it, right? So like here in the cheeks, I'm going to add just a bit more of the red oxide than I will in like the temples, right? Because your cheeks, your nose, your lips, they have more blood vessels, so you tend to see more of those reddish tones in those areas. All right. I can then also blend that in and reduce it, but by doing that, I'm laying the foundation, right, for adding the color variation in as I go. Okay. Does that make sense to everyone? I think so. So what I want you guys to do, right? So one more thing. Let's explain one more idea before we go any further. All right, and that's, what have we not added, Borha? What have we not done?
Up until this point.
Yeah. So we've done lights and shadows, but what are we missing?
Like actually missing like the eyebrows in
No. Like if all we've done is lights and shadows, there's one more light that goes on top of that, right?
Oh, the reflections.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's all right. Yeah, it's fine. Right. So we have to do highlights, right? You can call them highlights, you can call them reflections. This is why I don't like calling everything just highlights. Like some people will say like first highlight, second highlight, third highlight. I hate this terminology because highlights, I like to think of highlights as a physically distinct thing, okay? Highlights are reflections, all right? I like doing this demonstration. So if we take a bottle here, let me grab something kind of a more shiny one. All right. Where's a bottle? Here we go. All right. So I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to hold it up to the camera. Okay. So where is the highlight on this black? It's right here, right? For the camera. Okay. So the reflection of the light source is right on top, yeah? 12 o'clock on top of the bottle. I'll use blue to mark it so it's more easy to see. Okay? So here's the blue, right? That's where the highlight of the lamp is. But the highlight for me is not in that spot. The highlight from my perspective is actually right here. And then the highlight for the camera, the front facing camera is like over here, right? So if I switch cameras to this camera without moving it, you should see where I just marked. It's in a different position than it is for me and it is for the camera, okay? Right? So it's dependent on the viewing angle. So, but the lighting, the actual physical lighting has not changed on the bottle. The bottle hasn't moved. The position of the light hasn't moved. The only thing that has changed is the perspective, right? The viewer has changed. So when we're talking about highlights, we're actually talking about reflections, and reflections are dependent on the viewing angle. All right. So when we do this guy, yeah, and we need to add highlights, how can we check where the highlights go, you know? Well, highlights are more distinct when something is shiny, right? When something is glossy, the highlights are more clear, yeah? Well, I'm going to just take some water, a damp brush, and I'm going to wet him. I'm going to wet him down, all right? So you should be able to see now that as I move him around, right? The highlights move across his face. Okay? Can you guys see that? You guys can all see that the highlight on his forehead is like shifting and moving around. Okay? And sometimes those highlights sneak into areas where you can't really see. Okay? Or like maybe they're in places that are like not super intuitive. So if I think, what do you guys think is like the best view? Borha, I'm going to ask you, what do you think the best view for this figure is? Is it like dead on? Do you think it's slightly better like turned like this? Do you think it's slightly better turned like this?
I like that one, personally.
Straight on?
No.
Slightly turned like this.
Slightly turned. Let me see. No. I would turn it to the other side, at least. Yeah, something like that. And a little bit from the bottom also, like the camera shot from the bottom. Something like that would be my desired take.
Okay. For me, I think one of the more interesting ones is also slightly from the bottom, but a little more like this. So I feel like you get a little more of like the hair flow to the side, right? Yeah. I like the hair kind of this directionality because the hair is kind of also pointing this one, that you get a little bit more, right? But there's not a right and wrong answer here. Okay. Maybe on some figures there is a right and wrong answer, but I don't think there's an exact right answer on this figure. So if we want to do him slightly like this, right, we can now check where those highlights are, okay? And you can see that this highlight is not right in the center of his forehead, but if I turn him like this, where he's looking straight on, it is in the center. So as we start to add highlights to this guy, I'm going to add just a bit more yellow to the highlights. That those highlights are slightly offset, all right? So instead of right in the middle of his forehead, now they're like slightly off to the side, okay? And then we get another little one like here. But the general lighting has not changed. The light is still coming in from like straight on. But because the viewer's position is slightly offset, then the highlight angle is also a little offset. All right? Does that make sense? Sí, señor?
Absolutamente, mi amigo. It just feels weird to speak Spanish right now.
You're like, no, I'm in English mode. Okay, so I'm going to start to add little bits of highlights here, but I'm focusing them more towards the side that the viewer is on. Okay, so you can see here just how much now these little highlights. This is what really starts to define the small shapes. Okay, because the forehead is all in light, all these little micro volumes of the forehead are really begun to get defined by the position of the highlights. All right. So this, and then what you start to do is you start to blend in between this. So we didn't get lost in the details too early. Okay. It's very easy to get lost in the details early. Instead, we determine sort of the position of the light. We determine the values of the general volumes, and then we start adding details. Okay. Don't get lost in the details. It's so easy to get too zoomed in, you know? All right. So this is what I want you guys to kind of do. Any questions about this stuff? So wrong. Huh? Is the water trick a real tip, or is it for the sake of the lesson? It's a real tip. You can totally do it. Right? You just have to make sure that the position of the lamp and the position of your view is lined up. All right. And then you can just place the highlights where the light source would be. Okay. So like if I now take and put the water back over top of it, you should see that the highlights are in the spots where I painted the actual highlights. Yeah. They pretty much line up, you know? All right. Any questions? Yes? No?
Not up to this point, at least from me.
All right. So, Borja, are you ready to paint along?
No, I'm not. Absolutely. Let's go. Like the only problem that I have right now is that in Spain we are like 40 degrees. Well, at least in Madrid, and the wet palette is like not wet enough to hold the heat. So some of my colors are already gone. But I will try my best to keep up. All right.
Thank you, Breeze. Well, I'm glad this is making sense. So, you guys, I hope that was all clear, and that you can begin to work through this. Are you finding yourself on camera? Where?
I'm trying. All right. Yeah, sí, Joaquín, ve a con pincel seco a este paso, porque madre mía. All right. The thing is that it bothers me, like you know that my view is on mirror, so I don't know if I am going left or right all the time. All right, I think this is enough.
Yeah, you're good.
Like, can you? All right. So let's start to gain some saturation. I was telling Chad, Eric, when you left, that I use a lot of time. Well, constantly inks in my process in order to
Hmm.
resaturate and also
Where
make
would you have
the
learned
paint.
that from?
Yeah, actually, I learned in a company. I learned that in a company that
Ah.
I won't talk about. But yes, it's our way of painting here.
Oh, Whammy, thanks for the tier 1 gifted sub to Breeze. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so the idea, yep, here is just to begin to bridge those tones. And then the thing I find interesting about this process, right, yeah, of like build the light and shadow and then kind of blend in, refine in between, is that you're, how far you want to go with this is kind of up to you, right? Like, you could sit here for hours and just like blend his face till it's like perfectly refined and there's no brushstrokes. But within even the first like 30 minutes of sketching the face and kind of
Yeah, you can get to that point.
you can get to a point where it begins to work, right? Yeah, alla prima, all at once. You know this one?
A la prima.
Alla
What
prima.
is that? A la
Alla prima.
primera.
Huh. In Italian, it's alla prima.
Ah, those Italians, those pesky Italians.
Those Italians that claimed all the art terms for themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah, it means all at once, right? So you just get the whole sketch down right away, and then how much you want to refine it is kind of up to you. All right, Borja, I'm gonna leave you on your own for another couple minutes. Is that all right?
Are you sure?
Yeah, you seem to do
All
great
right.
last time.
See you in a couple minutes. All right. We now switch to Spanish mode. If you guys have any questions that I I think I can answer them. Probably. Spanish mode. Do you really want to see the sword, guys? Like, I can go fetch it, but uh, for real, the heat that we have here in Spain right now, it's monstrous. I cannot say it enough. No, the sword actually was the one that I lifted in the Adepticon. They just shipped it to Spain, but I don't have the trophies yet. I don't have the trophy. I have the sword, but I don't have the gold. Pasty Italians. I said pesky. No, I love my Italian friends. They are amazing. But I do have to say that Spanish gold cats are better than Italian, and this is a fight that I am able to fight. Maybe next Adepticon, yeah. Hopefully a little bit earlier than that. Well, I don't know if you guys find interesting, like to me to explain what I am doing. I am already like pushing up the value on certain micro volumes that mm, helps me blend and then gain a little bit of definition. All right. So that's what I am doing right now. Apart from blending and creating bridgestones, as you can see, I also gain like I have to admit that in the meantime of blending, you will probably lose saturation. So you have to have that in mind all the time. So I am going to get back some of it. Hey, baby stapler, thank you. Hopefully, see you next at Epicon. Joaquin, I prefer, honestly, an in between. The other day, we, in fact, were discussing it in the academy, and I am a big fan of an in between. That sweet spot where you have enough micro volumes, but then there are some areas where you can rest a little bit, even as a viewer. So I think like figures like this one are for me in that sweet spot where you can introduce some of the volumes yourself or push them yourself, but there are more than enough of them uh, in order like already sculpted. So I would say something like this. Now I am going to do the water trick that Eric did to find those reflections, those pesky reflections. Nasty little reflections. All right. Maybe they will differ from what you see in the camera because, as Eric said this depends on the point of view. So I am going to. All right. I like them.
Joaquin asks you, Borja, do you prefer micro volumes in the sculpture or do you like smooth surfaces?
I already answered, but I
Ah.
told him that I love an in between. Like for me, especially not maybe not for me, but figures like cartoon or something like that sometimes are not enjoyable of how big the surfaces and how simple they are,
Says
and
the
maybe
guy who
some other.
paints Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I like them a lot, but then I hate my life for painting such big empty surfaces. You see,
Yeah.
so and in between cartoon and and hyper realism, baroquism. You see, where everything looks like a Christmas tree.
I definitely prefer some micro volumetry to my figures. Like if I'll switch so we're on both, but I show the other figure, my other new figure by Joaquin recently, the new
Yeah,
in-person workshop.
that one is beautiful. That's my sweet spot. Like something like that would be.
Yeah, there's some really nice like subtle volume work in particularly the hands. Like I'm in love with the
No,
hands
the
on
hands
this
are
figure.
amazing. How much time did you spend working on the hands?
Do you actually want to know the answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was painted in 2.5 days. So I think that's a good timeline for a workshop figure. Like I think people will be able to get quite far along in 2 days. But yeah, so but for me 2.5 days is like probably I think I painted it for like 20 some hours or something like that.
Like
20
total, the
yeah.
whole figure.
Yeah.
Damn, you are. I was going to drop a f bomb, but you're fast. I hate you.
Coming back to Texas with that workshop. Maybe. I know someone else is going to Texas soon.
I am actually, yeah, I forgot. I am teaching a workshop in Texas. It has not been announced yet, so this is some sort of like a spoiler. But yes, I am teaching a class in Dallas later this October after LBO.
Yeah.
So I will give you guys more information on Instagram and on Miniature Arts channel. So if you want to attend, uh, stay tuned.
There you go. Follow Borja on all the social channels. Look, see, I can do the fancy thing again and do this.
Sí. Nada, nada.
Is that who I think it is?
That's the. Yeah.
Is that who I think it is? Hello. How are you?
What's up, brother?
How are you? I'm good.
You feel mad with me or what?
Am I mad with you?
Yeah.
Wearing your corn shirt. We have a rule: no new metal in the.
I'm in a destroyer mode today. That's about sketching.
Yeah, there you go.
You know. What the fuck?
Another Eric.
Why is Borja painting you? It's like doing a hand job in a team or something, you know? Okay, brother. Love you.
Love you.
See
Bye
you.
bye. Of course.
This is how we do it. Hey.
Borja's being all careful not to drop F-bombs and Banshee
Yeah.
comes in and just
And the guy comes
immediately.
in and I am biting my nails literally to not be the lousy Spaniard, and then the guy comes in and all right.
It's fine. I wouldn't expect anything else.
Me neither.
Why is Nightbot like deleting links? I don't like that. How do I stop it from doing that? I'm gonna see if I can fix that while you're doing some painting. Let me switch over to you. We will have another feedback round. Yes, we will have many more feedback rounds. Chat moderation. Let's see. Blah. How do I make it? No. Disable this links. Okay. I think that should be fine. You know what? I really don't want it doing much chat moderation at all. So
Drive by Bouncy Assault. Yeah.
So are you guys having fun? Are we having fun painting our figure?
Absolutely. I love touching your face even though you are far away.
Oh, I have it here. I can show it to the chat. If people keep joking that we're painting me, but I can show you the actual me.
Oh yes. Go on. Go fetch it. Hi. Eric, they are shipping us.
And then I can put him. Let's zoom out. Show this. There you go.
Us.
There.
Oh my goodness.
It's good to be friends with Joaquin. So you can then you can have Space Wolf versions of yourself. See, they're not the same, right? They look different, right? It's not the same sculpt.
Close enough.
But yeah, this was one of the kindest birthday gifts I've ever received.
Absolutely.
Certainly the most personalized. One is before, one's before the they cross the one crossed the Rubicon.
What's with Rubicon?
Rubicon, the Rubicon.
Rubicon. Oh, damn.
Shh. I know you're a fantasy Warhammer fan and not a 40K fan, so don't.
You actually know that I am also a 40K fan. I had an army of Space Wolves when I was a kid.
Of course you did, because you're Spanish.
I also like the Eldar a lot. But it is what it is. I will never have a finished army. Maybe I can hire you to paint my Skaven army.
No, we'll just convince you. Rodrigo and I will just continue to work on you until you paint a kill team.
I am pretty much tempted by doing a Space Wolves kill team. But,
okay.
But I don't have the time right now. You know what I am painting?
You just have to turn it into a series of videos, and then and then there you go. So, how is it going here? Good?
Think so.
Yeah, the nose. I like the little bit of extra red in the nose. That works really well. Very nice. This guy might know what he's doing, Chad, is all I'm saying.
I have good teachers. I've had good teachers.
All right, I'm going to throw up the other camera and then we can start looking at some of the Discord, see how people are doing in the Discord. All right, where did we leave off? I think we left off right around here. Yeah. So ITZ, yep. Dom's posted at 11. Very good, Dom's. Looking good. I like the highlights. See, you can see that he's starting to introduce some of the smaller micro volumes of the forehead. Someone asked before what I mean about micro volumes. So you have large volumes, right? So the head is like a egg, right? Like roughly the shape of an egg, you know? But then you have smaller volume, more main volumes on that. So like the nose and some of the cheekbones and stuff. Then you have micro volumes, which are like all the little muscles in your, right? If I go switch to my camera real quick, right? I have all these little shapes like on my brow, right? These smaller shapes like around my eyelids and things. These are what I would refer to as micro volumes, okay? So they're very subtle shapes on top of shapes, okay? So nice job here, going well. Maybe a little more red in the cheeks and the nose. Definitely on the lips. Colossal meltdown. All right, Colossal. What I would say for you is that you need to add a little more light on the nasal fold, okay? So blend out the cheeks a little bit more. It's a little too much light on the upper part. So like here, right? This light needs to come down a little bit in these areas, okay? Nutrimentia. Good. Your cheekbones are a little too heavy. Okay, the shadows. So soften out those shadows a little bit on the cheeks. It's making him like look a little dead. You know, he's like they're too sucked in. All right, so soften that out a little bit. Like reduce some of the contrast slightly in the cheeks, and then you will have something that looks a little more realistic. Okay. Very good here. Looks great. Again, a little more red. Come on, guys, push that red in the cheeks and the nose a little bit more. We got to add some of that tonal variation in. Okay? But the actual volume rendering is very nice. Okay? Murph. Looking good. Yeah. I think you could have a little bit more shadow around the eye bags. So like the lower eyelid, right? Those are, think of them as like half spheres under the eye. You can introduce a little bit more shadow there. Okay. Graham Field. I'm guessing this is a little oversaturated, like just the picture, but the shapes that I'm seeing here are very nice. But I'm guessing it's the photograph that's making this look as crazy intense as, just by the fact that your fingers look kind of blown out. I'm guessing that's what's going on. Let's see. You're watching with me now, so we'll switch to this camera. There we go. Oh, and then go like this. There, now we're both looking at the iPad. Spencer, shapes are good. More color variation in the skin, please. And yeah, you just need to take a little more time and soften out some of these volumes, but the highlight placement itself is quite good. Okay, so just spend a little bit more time softening this out, and I think you're on the right track. Yeah, Discord is definitely weird with some of the way that it renders saturation and stuff in the photos. This is nice. I think your highlights could be a little sharper, the noob painter. So like the highlight on the nose could be a little here. This one I'm actually going. So I need to unplug this for a second so that I can download this picture and open in Procreate. But I'm going to show you on this one. So where was that? That was the noob painter, I think. Oh, I thought this might happen. I'm definitely going to lose track of some of these photos. Okay, here we go. I found it. Save. All right. So let's take a look at the noob painter specifically, and we're going to import it into Procreate so that we can see. So here, right, what I want to do is I want to take this highlight color and I'm going to push it just a little bit more. It's a little blown out, but that's okay. We can sharpen some of these highlights a little bit more. All right, so to get this sort of shiny look on the skin, right? And then some of these smaller volumes, like sometimes the light the highlights will get into these areas, okay? So you get, I like Mark and Jiro call them hidden volumes, right?
How hidden volumes?
That's just what they refer to it as. So they're like these little volumes, like sometimes here, like at the mustache, right?
Yeah.
The light will actually get into this sort of crevice here, right? The highlight yeah. So like these little lights will get into the valleys of there, and you'll get these little highlights like inside of these shapes, right? So the same here, and then the one on the forehead is quite nice, but there is some some interesting like small shapes of the forehead like this, right? So you have these little tiny shapes that you can begin to highlight to create some more interest in there. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And then yeah, on this cheek right here, we're gonna just push that just a little bit further. All right. Think that explained what I want. Okay. Did I lose position again? I think so. Every time I close it and open it does that. Where were we? Okay, we were below this. Yeah, here we go. Jubas, it's going well. It's a little rough at the moment. So just work on a little bit thinner layers, right? Like, and begin to soften this out just a touch, okay? Because right now it's getting a little patchy. So yeah, just try and blend this out a little bit, but the general shape wise, it's going pretty well. Okay. Feel good. Yes, I like the highlight on the nose. Very nice. Now you can start to bring some of those midtones back and use some midtones to shadow like in these areas. Like if you want to enhance the expression a little bit, right? Like if I go like this and I'm very, right, if I'm like, you know,
Can you repeat that?
right? Like those wrinkles get a little more intense. So you can use some of those, the midtones to create shadows on the forehead to enhance the expression a little bit more. Okay. Gino, yeah, good. Okay, just got a few spots that you need to clean up because I'm seeing some primer showing through, but the actual rendering of the face is quite good, right? You can see some of these smaller shapes on the forehead. I think this is looking great. I love the color variation around the nose and the cheeks. I think it's very good. Dicey, I would say for you that you're losing a bit of the midtone, right? So as you're blending, I feel like you're starting to lose some of the shapes. So you might be over blending. So you might need to restore some of those shadows in order to bring some of the shape back. Okay. So it's like you're softening too much, right? Let's see. Arcane. Good. Yeah, looks great to me. Yeah, same thing here though. That's like, so like on the forehead, right? Using some of those midtones to bring some of those shadows back to the forehead, right? But the overall shape is looking quite good. Who is this? Lack of good taste. I think you have good taste. I think you're doing fine, right? What do you think? What do you think, Borha? Pretty good?
For the moment, I think people is doing great.
Yeah. Okay. Lumpy, bigger. Okay. Little smaller highlight on the cheek, little bigger highlight on the forehead. All right. So, but yeah,
And
pretty
maybe
good.
move the reflection from the right cheek a little bit.
Yeah. So what he's talking about here, let me, I can do the same with this one. So this was, oh, no, I can't. So annoying. Can I just draw here?
Probably, yeah. You have.
So what he's saying is this cheek here needs to come this way more, right?
That reflection, exactly. Yeah, that
Yeah.
reflection should follow the same rules as
Yeah.
the rest.
So yours right now are on to both sort of on the outside of the cheekbones. You need to bring this one on the far cheek more towards the center of the face, is what he's getting at, which makes sense. Okay, how do I just say, all right, I'm done with this. I don't want to edit it anymore. I don't care. I don't want to send it. Just want to close this. Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Stop. Oh my God. Discord is... Okay, we're just going to relaunch Discord. Is this workshop every weekend? It is not, Draz. No, this is a special thing. Don't you want to hang out with me every single weekend, Borha? We could just do this every weekend.
I think my girlfriend would kill me.
Sensei
But
Swag.
I would love to repeat, absolutely.
Sensei Swag, thanks for the follow. And Draz, thanks for the tier
Hey.
1.
It's Rachel.
Hi,
Hey,
Rachel.
Rachel.
All right, so that was like lumpy. So Dragon Eye, Heather, yeah, Heather, looking good. Little more color variation, okay? So play around with the color variation, just push that reds in the nose and the cheeks a little bit, okay? And on the lips, right? So it's a little too samey at the moment. It's all just kind of the same skin tone across the whole face, okay? Diddy, same deal. You gotta add red, dude. It's he's looking a little ghostly at the moment, so let's try and push some of the color variation. But the highlights are really good. Like I like the highlights on the forehead. I like the highlight in the eye there. But you gotta introduce some more color variation into the skin. Okay? Give me some of them reds.
Multiverse Collide says Kasparov 21.
Who said what now?
Kasparov 21.
Oh. Is it going to be another virtual workshop like this one in the future? Will there be another one?
You like, guys?
Yeah, maybe. I've tried. Yeah, maybe. I tried to. I talked to Mark Moslin's brother specifically. I talked to his brother about doing one because getting Mark to do anything is impossible. So if you want Mark to do something, you just need to talk to his brother. He's the one with the whip. So. Okay, Dimitri, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. We could do all three of us. Have me, Mark, and you. We'll do all three.
Maybe that's too much, no?
No, more.
Hey.
Spencer, Graham. All right, so we were at we did Murph, right? Colossal Meltdown. I feel like, we were at Dom's. Yeah, we did Dom's. No, we did this one. Okay. I'm losing position because the Discord, it's moving so fast. Don't worry about it. I'll figure out where we were. It's fine. Teal. Yeah, we did that. Dicey. Okay, I think we were at Dicey. Dicey, yeah, you need more highlights. Push your highlights more. Okay? I like the red in the cheeks. I could use a little more red in the nose, but I definitely think you need to push those highlights a little further. Okay? So give me a little more intense highlights. All right. Arcane. Very nice. Yeah. Looks good. Like a good taste. I thought we did this one, but yes, that's nice. Lumpy. Yeah, we did these, right? Dragon Eye, Heather. Yeah, we did some of these. I'm like getting lost. Oh, Dom's is going to bed. Looks good. Feral. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I think you could have a little more volume to the nose. And I think this kind of shadow here on the side of the nose, like there's this little line like that you did like here. I think you could reduce that just a little bit. Okay. I think it's a little too much, right? So make that one a little softer, and then give a little more, give me a little more, shape to the nose. Like this shadow on the bottom of the nose is too flat across. So I want you to soften that out a little bit. Dog's posting like the same picture 3 times is what was messing me up. This is good. I like how soft it is. Push the highlights more. Come on. Like really guys with the highlights, like it's better to go too far and then bring it back than it is to not go far enough. Okay. So when you're doing the highlights, like really punch in those highlights and then you can always pull it back if you need to. But it's harder to go too far, you know? Wami. Very good. More red. Come on. Give me some of that red. You guys are fearing the red a little bit. All right. So I want that red in the skin tone.
The hamster baby thing you said.
Yeah.
Now people has turned their backs on red.
This is good. This looks nice. You can soften here a little on the side when you get to the beard, but when we start painting the beard, that's when we can fix that. But I think this is quite good. Yeah. Joaquin is specifically asking people, can you tag Epica Tales on when you share these photos on Instagram? Please do it for Joaquin. Do it for him. Tag me, tag Borha, tag Epica Tales, tag
Tag everyone.
Tag them all. All right, this is great. So here, yes, the red around the nostrils could come down just a touch, but I like that you're putting it in there. Now you can, when you blend it out, you can reduce it just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, sure. Tag miniature art also. Tag them all. Tag everybody. Tag every single person in the Discord.
Gotta tag them all.
So, okay. So this one, Mars, I want you to, you're blending a little too much. So you're kind of softening everything out. I want a little bit clearer plane change. Okay. So it's like that. There should be like a little more obvious, like front plane of the nose versus side plane of the nose, right? So you have like the front, side, and then cheek. Okay. So I want you to make that change in the two a little more obvious. All right. Matte, looking pretty good. Don't overdo, so the nasal labial fold, that's this thing here. This is the nasal labial fold. Don't make that line too dark and defined, okay? If it's too dark and defined, it looks a little weird. So right now it looks like you just drew a line, okay? So try and soften that out. Make that a little more round. What it should do is it should round this way. So it's a gradient that comes down, and it's more obvious when I smile, right? So it's rounded, and then it's a sharp change to the upper lip. Okay. I'm getting very hungry. We are going to take a break for food, so we will take a little break so you guys can eat a snack and do stuff like that. So because I'm gonna have to eat something. Sean, looking good.
Red Bull and cigarette. Eric, you don't
Yeah,
get
yeah,
anything
yeah,
else.
of course. Now I'm gonna need a sandwich. In fact, I'm gonna text my roommate and say, "Hey, how about that sandwich?" Oh, weird. I'm doing the wrong camera. He heard. He's probably, I guess he's watching the stream downstairs or something.
That's a good roommate.
He's a great guy. It's okay. I painted his Tyranids for him. I scratch.
That's a nice gift.
Graham looks good. I'd like a little more color variation in the face. Okay, same sort of deal here. Like you could desaturate the forehead just a tiny bit more than around the front of the face, like this area. Okay, so just vary it up just a little bit. All right, because right now it's a little too samey. All right, that was Graham. Yeah.
You say Graham.
Yeah, Graham.
For that name.
Graham.
Don't say Graham.
Graham. Graham. No, it's just Graham. Captain Carp. This is one, get rid of, I don't know if you're going for like an eye makeup thing, but that black under the eyelids is too much. And then this is another one where like I've lost some of the smaller shapes. Okay, so I want you to come back and sort of define around the eye bags and some of these smaller like creases around the forehead and stuff. Okay, because you just blended it out too far where you've now lost the smaller forms. Okay. Anselneo, very good, looking good. I like it. Okay, I think you can maybe push the highlights a little further, but I think the shapes are going quite well. All right, so maybe push that contrast a little bit, that value contrast a little bit more. Steve. So here's the thing about Steve. Steve, I've done some private coaching with. Steve is colorblind, so this can be a little difficult, I think, for him to see. But Steve, I want you to glaze some more red into the nose and lips and cheeks. It's a bit desaturated right now. Like it's quite desaturated. So I want you to push that a little bit more, okay? I know that can be kind of hard to see for you, but yes. Just give me a touch more. This is a little too out of focus for me to see the face. I think like the colors and contrast looks good, but I can't see some of the smaller volumes because it's out of focus, but it seems like it's going all right. I would favor one side of the forehead over the other. You've got this like kind of big ridge, like a hump thing going on. So like pick one side or the other to favor. Slayer Street kind of looks like the same thing here, where I want you to, it's maybe gotten a little too smooth, so try and reintroduce some of the smaller shapes back in. Okay. How do you pronounce this one? Go ahead. Give me your...
Bornivich.
That might be good. I'm not good with the Polish names for me.
I don't speak Spanish anymore. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, looking pretty good. One, you need to clean up around the nose and around the mouth. You've got some, you definitely got some primer still showing through. So get that cleaned up, and then yes, I would like a little sharper, sharper changes here. Like the big planes look good, right? So like the change on the side of the nose looks good. The shape of the forehead looks good, but I want a little more focus on details now. What is your Spanish is very bad looking? What?
I can sing later. If you behave, guys, I will sing in Spanish later.
Flapjack. Nice.
Hey, yeah.
Looks good. Yeah, looks really good. Maybe reduce that one on the side of the nose just a touch. Okay? Like right at the top here. Yeah. Slaps ice cream, pretty good. Try and clean up a little bit. You got some mess showing around the cheeks and stuff, but it's looking pretty nice. Good level of contrast here. Let's look at the main view. This is really good highlight placement on this one. Looks excellent. Yeah. Manu. A little more red. Yeah, give me some color variation, but overall looking quite nice. Mystic. Borja, would you like to take a break? I can switch to just me.
Not a break, but I will go to fetch some coffee.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead. I will switch to just me for a little bit.
All right. Go for it.
Okay. Mystic Gnome. Really good. Push that highlight just a little bit further. Just a little more, just a touch more. Okay? Baby, still okay, it's getting better. Push that highlight more, and I want you to add, as you push the lights, add just like a touch more yellow so that you reduce some of that pinkish tone, okay? But I want you to push those highlights more, all right? If you're using the Atom white, you've got to add a lot of that because that white is really weak, okay? Who is this? Oh, that was the remix thing. I don't know what that was. Yeah, looks good here. This looks nice. Maybe a little more. Try and bring back some of the very smaller details on the forehead, but it's looking good. Don't overdo the contrast on the forehead, but try and introduce some subtlety in the forehead. For you, what's the best white? It depends on what you're trying to do. You know, if you want like a blending white, the Atom is nice. If you want like a thick white, like golden heavy body titanium white can be good. If like Liquitex white ink, it all just depends on what I'm doing with it, you know. Shaban Legion, good. More red though, a little more red. Okay. But very nice. Darken the hair from the first critique. Look great. Push the highlight a little bit further. A little more. Okay? And then trying to find some of these smaller volumes around the eyes just a little bit. But yes, very nice. Roxana, good. It just needs to be a little more blended, but I think the color looks great. Yeah, I think it's going really well. So I think you could define the nasal fold just a little bit more, okay? But in general, I think this is very strong, okay? Any advice for about glaze slowly, right? So just it's like little glazes here and there just to increase the red, okay? It's like it's better to go just like do a little bit at a time when you can start to see it. You want to see it, but you don't want it to be like you don't want him to look like Rudolph, you know? So it's like introducing just a touch here and there until it's clear that it's there, but it's not in your face. Dave Mumford, very good. Nice and smooth. Yeah, it's well rendered. I would like, Dave, what I would like is I would like just a touch more saturation at the transition to the shadows. Okay? But I think the rendering is really good. So just a tiny bit more saturation before you get to the shadows. Okay? Dan, pretty good. I want you to, but here's what I'm going to say. No hard edges. You got a bit too many like hard lines, okay? Especially like these lines under the eyes, all right? It's like, it's just too sharp, okay? So soften that. You really shouldn't have any hard lines on the face. It should be, everything is should have some level of roundedness to it. Okay? Magnar Fuerza de Helios. Hello. Welcome. Bienvenidos. BB. Good. Define the nasal fold a little more. Give me this little thing right here, just a touch more, okay? But going really nice here, yeah? I can see the little bit of extra red in there, right? Diddy, this is what I'm kind of talking about. Like you can see the red, the difference in the forehead and the nose and cheeks, but it's not like too much, you know? Hi, Lucas. Richard. Good. Really nice, actually. This line is too sharp. Okay, so you need to soften the fold a little bit. Not necessarily reduce the contrast, but soften it, like round it a little bit more. But yeah, it's looking quite nice. Mercus. Yeah, a little bit more red in the midtones. Okay, we'll help you out here, and I think that will go a long way. All right. Maverick, it's going okay. Placement is pretty good. It just needs to be blended more. All right. So just slowly introduce intermediate tones between that light value and that shadow value. But the actual placement of the lights looks quite good. So just begin to soften those out. More intermediate steps. Okay. Run clear. Pretty good. Push that highlight even more. You need more white. Okay. So I can see you're shifting more yellow as you move into the lights, but you need to add more white to it in order to really push that highlight in. All right.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Spencer W. Okay, your highlights are a little too sharp. All right. So I want you to increase the light a little bit further and then spread out that highlight, like push the highlight even more and then soften it a little bit, right? So right now it's like your highlight tone, the value of your highlight should probably be more like the general lights, and then you need to add even more highlight on top of that. RJ Warren. Good, but the shape of your folds, like the nasal folds and stuff and the cheekbones, you're creating what I call like smiley faces, okay? So it's very arched, right? Everything should be a little more round instead of like these like crescent shapes. So try and think of the form of the cheek is rounded, okay? So that cheek shape should be a little round. All right. Lexi, not bad. The forehead looks good. You need more light on the cheeks. Okay? And try and clean up around the eyes a little bit. It's a little rough. But yeah, you definitely need more light on the cheekbones. Thomas, good. You can see where it's headed. I like the kind of atmosphere you're doing. Give me a little more of that nasal fold on the light side, right? Because the light is coming in from that side. So this shape would be a little more prominent on, like if I turn my head this way, right? This becomes more prominent as the light comes from that direction, right? And this one becomes less prominent. So you need to enhance that a little bit, okay? Me. Yeah, not bad. Your highlights are becoming a little too soft, so I'd like them a little sharper. I also like you to work on the sort of shadows around the nose a little bit more. Okay, so try and round out that into that nose a little bit. But yeah, I think this is going all right. Who are you talking to, Borjammer?
We are looking for for batteries for the cameras. David is over there. Sorry.
It's fine. Patron looks good. Yeah, I like it. Okay, it's going well. Bring the light on here down just a little bit more. So you need just a little more general light on the cheeks just a bit. Okay. But looking quite nice. Babanoosh, push it, dude. Come on. Give it to me. Give it the beans. I need highlights, right? I need more, like push that contrast on the highlights more. Hi, Goobertown. How are you? Impossimato. Nice. It looks like you're getting a little grayish here on that one light side, so try and work on that. Just sort of smooth this out a little bit. Don't rush it. I think that's what's happening. Like when you kind of like stab and scrub at the surface of the model, like you tend to get this more sort of like chalky finish that I'm sort of seeing in some parts. So just like apply a layer, let it dry, take your time a little bit. Okay. Sam, good. Fix around the eyes. Okay. There's too much of that black primer showing around the eyes. So fix that up for me. But other than that, looking nice. Keller. Oh, who is that? Borking Bjorn. Hello, thanks for the prime.
I really like the name, Borkin Bjorn.
Let's see. Keller, I think you have a bit of that problem where you're making your highlights like too crescent shaped. You're trying to focus too much on like the edge of that form instead of rounding that form. Okay? So don't think of it like edge highlighting, right? Think of it like you're painting these little circular highlights, okay? Better, worse, lumpy. It seems better. Still, it's yeah, it definitely seems better. Graham, back again. Yes, good. Looks nice. Rui. Mr. Rui. Good. Yeah, looks good. Soften that far edge a little bit, okay? That far cheekbone is a little too sharp. And then enhance here on the shadow side, so it would be like this side for him, right? Bring that light up a little more here, okay? We're not doing like a Rembrandt light on him. So you need to bring this up a little bit. Okay. You can put it on Borha. You can put it on the paint camera if you want.
I was just correcting.
It's just touching some things.
Yeah, because sometimes sorry, I just adjust some of the shapes here.
Uh-huh.
Maybe if the camera, and I am still. It's better.
Diddy,
Was a
this is
thing
better.
of-
See? That's the amount of red that I'm talking about. Yep. Very good. So it's like there's just a bit, you know? Nate, push the highlight more. Come on, more. More. You're good, but your shadows are looking a little gray, okay? So I want a little more, like, especially around the like, the nasal folds and under the eyes. It's very grayish, okay? So I want you to add a little more saturation and depth of color there, okay? And then C, niche, better. I want a little more shadow. All right. So we're going to trying to reclaim some details, possibly too many layers. Yeah, it's possible, but you can definitely like push those shadows a little bit more. All right. So try and here we'll do Farrell. That looks awesome, dude. This looks great. Okay. Very good. So I'm gonna draw on yours real quick. So we're going to open this guy up in. Here we go. All right. So what do we want to do? We want to, the photo is a little blown out, but we can take some of this like shadow tone in here. All right. And we want to, start to reintroduce some of these colors, right? So like around the nose, so like round this stuff over a little bit, like the underside of the nose should be in shadow. We want to increase some of the shadow here, the far side, right? So like push this contrast just a little bit more, especially like under the eyes here, okay? Push right here, okay? So we want to just push this just a little, whoop, that was too much. So we're just going to like restore some of this shape overall in order to get some of the general shape back. Okay? Can you see the difference between these two? Right? So we're trying to reintroduce that form. Okay? And then Murph. Yeah, better. It's not so like, yeah, this is much better. Okay, looks great. And get that little light in the corner of the nose here, right? Here, I'll do the same thing. Save it. Procreate, right? Hola, Nacho Gonzalez.
Hola, Nacho.
Okay, so this little thing right here, right? There's like a little bit of his upper lip of right before you get to the the mustache. Okay, so you can get like a little bit of light in there. Okay. You can then soften that out so it's like you then connect those two shapes. All right. So it's not, this is the thing, people always struggle with the nasal fold. All right. But it's not, I'm going to draw with a like really bright color so you can see it. It's not a shape that connects all the way down to the corner of the mouth, okay? Sometimes I see this on Space Marines a lot where people draw that line and it goes like all the way down, you know? It's this kind of triangle shape like this. This is like the sort of shape you want. And then this edge is rounded over, right? And then this edge is more sharp. So it's more this sort of shape that you're aiming for. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Metalovich has a question. I see a lot of mini ladies with pinkish tops of cheeks, but on this one it's redder on the bottom part and desaturated on the top. Is it an artistical view, gender differences, makeup, or something else? It's probably more, I think people are more representing kind of makeup, like the blush that people tend to put on, right? Like you can see from the high, like the lights, it's really not that intense anyways. You actually tend to have quite a bit more reddish, like around here, right? And then you do get some red in here, but yeah, I think they're probably more representing kind of makeup. Okay, so how we doing? We're going good. Everybody having a good time, right?
I'm sure.
Okay.
If you want to go and take a sandwich, I can maybe sing or dance or.
Well, the sandwich just arrived, so.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So what I think we'll do for right now is if you guys want to just continue to work on the face a little bit more, continue to sketch a little bit, I can just put it on the B back screen and we can take like a 15 to 20 minute break while we do that, and then you guys I'll see you when we get back. So sound good?
All right. See you guys in just a couple minutes.
All right. 20 minute break. Let's see you about 12:25 or well in 20 minutes because everyone's in different places. All right. So I will see you all in a little bit. Hello. We're back.
Hola.
How are you? Let me catch up on some stuff I may have missed. Some chatting and things. So I think I missed. Did I get Ajmer? I don't know if I did. Hello, thanks for the tier 1. Naughty KT, thanks for the tier 1. And I don't have an anvil. Thanks for following. Thanks for all the new followers, guys. If this is your first time here, my name is Eric, professional miniature painter from the United States. I'm joined by Borjammer from Madrid. Madrid. Our Spanish friend. We are working on this beautiful bust from Epica Tales. We are painting on him today. Yeah. Yes. Yes, El Corte Inglés. Are we doing?
Say it yet.
Are we doing the whole bust today? We are getting as far along as we can. Yeah. So I don't know if we'll finish, but we're gonna try and get pretty far along. So far this morning we've worked on the face. We've kind of sketched in the other parts of the body. We're working on separating like the values from each other so that we have clear readability between the elements. We've done some refining on the face. Obviously, there's plenty of room left to go. But how long am I planning to continue roughly? Probably another 4-ish hours, I think is what we're going to do today. So I'd like to get, the face and the hair kind of far along. We'll work on the eyes and stuff. We might not finish some of these other elements, but yeah, we're gonna get pretty far along with them. I think you guys could finish him today, though.
We are going to finish it. Believe in yourself, guys.
So, so what's the next step? Where do we go from here? Well, obviously we can refine the face a little more, but maybe we should start doing some work on the hair. So let's kind of jump into that, yeah? So let me switch it over to just my screen, and we will put it back on with the palette cam. This one, there we go. and then hit that guy. Yeah. So, how's everybody doing? Enjoyed their snack? Have a little snack? Feeling refreshed? Stretched out a little bit? Yeah?
Ate some Kikos.
Some Kikos? What are Kikos?
You didn't try them when you visit Spain? Like the fried corn that we do?
I don't think I did.
It's one of Spain's best snacks.
I don't know if I tried that. Maybe someone handed me some and I did, but I don't particularly remember. So some Kikos. No, I don't know. I tried congojitos. Conguitos.
The most racist snack. Don't search conguitos, guys. Don't search it. It's an old brand. We are not.
Conguitos.
Ay.
They're pretty tasty though. They're just
They are
chocolate
amazing.
covered.
It's an amazing snack. Don't get me wrong, but Spain after Civil War was a little bit of a... Yeah,
Oh,
de
man.
nuevo. That's what we're talking about.
All right, so for the hair, we're gonna clean up a little bit here, but there's one thing in particular, or kind of two things in particular, I want to talk about with the hair. Okay, so the one big thing is that you've got sort of two parts to the hair. He's got long hair, so you're gonna have this dark separation up here at the forehead, right? So you will have a darker separation because his hair is kind of thicker here. It's not like pulled super close to his scalp or anything. Then you have the line at the beard. And this is the one I see people goof up a lot, okay? So the tendency is often to leave a very dark line separating the beard from the skin, okay? And we don't want that really dark line, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of our darker skin tone, okay? And I'm actually going to have some of that go into I'm going to paint some of it onto the actual beard, okay? So I'm going to paint like that, where that skin tone here crosses into the beard, okay? Same on the other side. Let that paint go into some of the recesses of the beard, okay? Does that make sense so far? I think everyone can understand that. All right. And then what we're going to do once that dries a little bit is we're going to take this lighter hair color, okay? Not too light, but lighter. Agashi, thanks for following. Hello, welcome. All right. So if you look, I'm going to switch to just my camera real fast so you can see it. So you should be able to see with me that there is no dark line that separates the hair from the beard. In fact, where you get some of these, the beard line is, right, as it starts to change into the hairs, you can actually see some of the skin through the hair, right? Because it's not just skin and then instantly, like, I don't want to look like I'm wearing a fake beard. Or if we look at Borha has dark hair. I'm going to switch to your screen. Don't change your position, right? You can see on Borja that he has a darker hair. His beard is more manicured than mine, but you can still see some skin showing through the beard, right? So when we paint the beard, we want some of that skin tone. Come on, focus. We want some of that skin tone to show through. So I'm going to start to introduce the hair on top, right? Let me the little, right? So as I begin to paint these brush strokes of the beard, using the skin tone as like a shadow color underneath will create the hairs on top of the skin. Okay, so it's like that hair is growing out of the skin, and there's a much more natural transition from skin tone into the beard, right? It's a softer change. It's not like the mustache. The mustache has a much harder transition, okay? But the actual like line of the beard tends to be a much softer shift from one to the other. All right, so it's like here as I bring these hairs up into the skin, that change is much more subtle. All right, I many times will see that when people paint this change, that they leave like this like a dark line like you would for a belt or something like that, where there's this just instant change from skin to beard, and it feels very unnatural. So we want a more naturalistic feeling to it. Okay, I'm gonna get some more coverage on these parts. Okay, so this part like around the chin is much thicker hair. Okay, so we can go a little heavier here. On the mustache we can go a little heavier because it's like a thicker amount of hair. Right, but on the jaw, right, on the jawline, the cheeks, we have a much more subtle transition between the two. I'm going to repeat that a few times because someone's going to do it, right? I'm going to have to correct it on the Discord. Okay, but you can see just how gradual that shift, that change from one to the other is. Okay? And notice when I'm painting the lines, like for the hair here, when I'm painting even just base layers, right, for the hair, I'm always painting in the direction that the hair is growing. Okay, so that way, when I'm already creating the basis for the texture of the hair, even if I'm just doing base coats, because those brush strokes will then later build on top of each other, in order to start to like develop the texture that I want for the hair. I'm not worried about the recesses of the hair right now. I don't care about that. I'm using the sculpt as a guide to show me the direction of the flow and the grow, like the way that the hair grows and flows across the sculpt in order to create what will eventually be all freehand texture, you know? Is that clear? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What would you say if here's a personal question for you. What's your favorite texture to paint and why is it feathers?
First of all, you can go heck yourself. I am not painting feathers in a long time. Now I'm painting scales, and I want to to end my suffering soon. My favorite texture, I would say, is a mix in between hair actually and cloth fibers. But I am starting to get a liking on non-metallic texture, like the random
Like a rough.
reflections.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like random reflections. Like I am enjoying myself a lot doing them, but the most satisfying ones, without question, is like hair and clothing and
Okay.
fabric. Yeah.
Bernette Farragood, hello, welcome. Yeah, my favorite
Matt,
is
it's a friend from Valencia.
hello, hola. My favorite is fur. I love painting fur, like tigers and like any kind of like
Yeah.
animal fur, horses, things like that. Love painting
Yeah.
like a nice smooth surface, but then freehanding fur on top of it is super enjoyable to me.
Yeah.
You know what my least favorite is?
Which one?
Feathers. I hate painting.
Oh,
Don't-
for real.
yeah, I don't. No, because most of the time I find that feathers are way too sculpted. They're like over sculpted.
I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. Like painting the griffon. I cannot complain more. Like the feathers are like scales, and sometimes it's difficult to to introduce a texture that it's the opposite sculpted actually. So
Yeah, it's just I've never understood the I still have Bane here I can show real quick. But when Joaquin and I were working on Bane, right?
all right.
It was one of the things that I requested was very specifically to do no texture to the
Oh,
to the
so
actual
that-
feathers.
Yeah, so that's
They're
plain
totally
texture.
flat.
Oh, I
right?
see. By the way, I have a question. Is the Bane hand sculpted or is digital? Because I
He's
think.
he's hand sculpted.
Oh, all right, all right. Yeah, I think I heard that from you. It's an amazing piece.
Thank you.
It's
It's probably my favorite figure, but yeah, he's all traditional hand sculpted. In
Yeah.
fact, U.S. Customs opened him when he arrived to like inspect him, and all these feathers were broken, and I had to like
real?
fix. Yeah, and I had to fix
for
them all.
real. They opened it
Yeah,
to check if there was cocaine inside or what.
I have no idea. Some of these feathers are sculpted by me because they were gone. Like the headdress, I managed to find them. Like all of them were still in there, and I managed to just like glue them back and fix it. But a couple of them were missing, and I had to resculpt some of the feathers.
Yeah, I feel you. Feathers are tricky, to say the least. I didn't
yeah.
until Mark helped me like realizing how they behave. I had a really bad time. Like what you say is true. Like you don't lose when you are painting texture. All of the layers of texture help improve the final look. But I lost so much time during uh, that material.
Yeah. Yeah, I love representing texture on models, but if it's over sculpted, it can actually make it harder than it being. I'd rather something be kind of under sculpted than over sculpted.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't look as good in renders, I guess. And I understand why Games Workshop or someone does it because it's easier to use like washes and things in order to achieve a certain look.
Of course, the contrast method
Yeah.
is what they tell and what they do it, and it is what it is.
Yeah, more straps. Oh, I love painting leather straps also. I really Dave's joking in the chat, but no, I'm not a big fan of leather straps. Which is funny because the new workshop bust definitely has leather straps, but it's not that many. It's not too bad. There's only a few. But when it's like covered, yeah, that can be a bit much. All right, so you can see on the hair, similar to the skin, right? I'm just getting the basic volumes to the hair, right? I'm not like, I haven't started to try and really do any detail yet. I've been using like a bit of a wash here just to get some of the darker shadows into the hair, but I'm not like specifically trying to paint any of the volumes to it yet. Now I can start to take some of the like the lighter tones to the hair and we can start to render some of the volumes, but using small brush strokes instead. Okay. So here, like on the chin, for example, I'm not going to try and paint each individual sculpted hair. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go in the direction of the hair. And if I go in the recesses, that's fine, right? It's like I'm using the brush strokes to create the shape and the form and define some of the texture to give like an emphasis on the overall shape. So you can see where in some areas, yes, I'm painting in the recesses. Don't think of this like edge highlighting a GW model. Think of it like we're just using the texture there to represent the shape and kind of length of the hair also. So the sculpt can inform the length of the brush stroke that we need to create. But also we create our own texture on top of the surface. So we'll end up with a much smoother, softer appearance overall. Because one of the problems with resin, right, is resin is it's a hard surface. So it can be very difficult to get what appears like a soft material on a hard surface like this unless you create the texture yourself, right? So we're actually fighting against the material in order to create something softer than it actually is. Okay, so here I will just go around. Now I will continue to introduce some smaller lights and strands around the jaw line. Okay, but not as much as on the chin, because the chin, like you can see on me, that the chin is a little brighter, right? Any questions, chat, so far about anything I've said? All this stuff is making sense to you guys. Well, they'll ask if they're all busy painting right now, is what it is. They're trying to keep up with me instead of
paying attention.
Yeah. All right. So now, like on the top of the head, right, we can see that it sort of radiates out here from the middle. So I'm going to do now a bit long, right? So the difference between this brush stroke and the one on the chin is this one's much longer, and I'm using that center point here and kind of radiating outwards and back in order to begin to create the texture of this longer hair on top. Okay. If you would like a very specific terminology, the lighting of hair, the way reflections work on hair, is called anistropic. You heard that term before? Huh? Yeah, you've heard it before. You just don't remember it from the non-metallic metal class.
Anastrophic.
Anistropic.
Anastrophic.
Yeah. Do you remember in the non-metallic metal class when I talked about the top of the cylinder, like Captain America's shield, and that like radial reflection? Hair works the same way. So it has, because it's in these parallel strands, right? You get the highlight of the head does not run lengthwise. It actually runs perpendicular to the hair, right? So the hair grows in this direction, but the highlight actually goes across this way, right? So it's perpendicular to the direction that the hair grows. Okay, and this is a result of, yes, it's called anistropic reflectivity. No one will remember that. It's fine. But there's a little science lesson for you guys. So when you're painting the the reflection of hair, and I will show it on myself in a second, like for an example, that you will see. Quiz me right now. What's it called? Type it in chat. Right. So if I do this, I'm going to step back for a second. Right. You should see that the highlight runs across this way. Right? So it's running perpendicular to the direction of the direction the hair grows. Okay? The reason it looks like that is basically you're seeing a lot of like you're seeing a bunch of little concentric edge highlights. Okay? So they all line up together and it results in a reflection pattern that creates that sort of effect. Science, dude. All right. So now I've done a bit more of the hair, right? And you want to try and get these nice and tapered and thin. I'm going a little fast for you guys. You guys should take your time a little more and try and get them nice and thin. All right, but you can see now that this reflection is like an arch, all right? That goes over top of the forehead, okay? And then on the beard, right? So here we'll start to add some highlights to the chin. Okay, creating little lines and texture. Try and get the brush more perpendicular to the surface. Okay, you'll get thinner lines that way because when you press down with the brush, it tends to flatten out. So by painting with the brush a little more perpendicular to the surface, you can get a much thinner line. And you can start to see now that you get some softer looking hair. Okay. All right. Makes sense? Yeah?
Absolutely.
All right. You want to start painting with me?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go. All right, let's go. Brush. Me.
Also, guys, I did a bad job, but don't forget his ear. His ear is tucked away back there.
All right. I think
Omega on Edge. Hello, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome.
All right.
All right, so his ear is there. He's got an ear on the other side. I know, right? It's crazy. He's got 2 ears. No, Sam Manager, we're not going to go over. We are not going to go over subsurface scattering right now.
But actually, it's really easy to understand. Like,
Yeah, Yeah. Basically, as light passes through an object, you tend to get more saturated versions of that, or more saturated colors of that. Hey, Diddy. Okay. What's Alfonso teaching today?
Sketching.
Sketching.
Yeah. I know. I am moving over here.
See you, Dragon Eye. Have a good rest of your day. Saturday. Do you have a favorite subject to teach? Of all the classes?
I don't honestly know. I don't think I've teaching teaching. Madre mía, my English. Like I take a 20 minutes break, and my English goes away. I don't think I've taught enough subject classes. You know that what I do is normally give live feedback in the academy to the students, but I've taught a couple times about natural, like the little frog, where I touch subjects like subsurface scattering, and I really like that. I'm also eager to teach the Dallas class, which will be about mixing and um, deconstructing colors in order to understand how easy they are to mix actually. and also I am eager to teach non-metallics because I am really enjoying them right now, and I think it's just the hype train of me painting non-metallics. Like
Do you get obsessed with certain subjects at a time? I know I do. Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
I'm like, oh, right now all I want to paint is hands.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
just give me more hands to paint.
I can give you mine. You can hold my hands. Aye. Thank you, Dave. I'm glad you enjoyed the class. Dave attended to
The
mixing
color
class.
mixing? Cool.
Yeah. And actually, it was with a figure right now it's blowing it up, like the little girl from Hex
Oh,
from
from Danny? Yeah.
Now everyone is painting it.
I know, it's quite popular at the moment.
Yeah, and they had it for free in my class, and there were a couple of spots empty.
Metalovich says you should teach a class on painting feathers.
Ah, yeah. Of course.
Everyone wants to know how you painted that griffin. Well, guess what? You can find out how he painted that griffin.
Absolutely. If you want to see me paint feathers, go to Miniature Art and subscribe.
And look at you. You're getting better already. You're a professional. Plug it away.
Oh my goodness.
Easy segue.
Yes, El Corte Inglés. I still remember the time you were like, see, the English cat.
There's definitely some phrases and expressions when I hear them in Spanish. I'm just like, what? I mean, if I English has a ton of expressions and idioms, so it's like like it makes sense that you hear some of the Spanish ones, and I'm just like, huh? What the heck does that mean?
Especially when I am repeating it non-stop to break your mind.
Okay, so on the hair, I'm gonna really push this final highlight like on his forehead. So I will say that sometimes your hair, not your beard hair, right? Like the hair on top of your head can be a little bit more shiny than your beard. So I'm going to increase the intensity of the highlight on the head, like on top of the head, just a little bit more than the beard in order to give it like a slightly more shiny effect. Same with the way I would do like the highlight on the nose just a little bit more, right? Like because your hair or your nose is like a little more oily, so that highlight on the nose tends to be just a little bit more clear. Más claro.
Más clarito.
Más clarito.
Brighter.
Oh, we're getting some singing?
No, not yet.
Serenade us?
Serenada. No, not yet. Maybe to close up the stream.
This is also an opportunity while you're working on this to go ahead and paint his eyebrows. Eyebrows, like on someone who's blonde, you can look at my eyebrows. Here, I'll put the camera on me for a second. You can see mine aren't like super dark, right? Like they're actually really light and kind of hard to see. So, yeah, you don't have to go, if you're doing someone who's blonde, you don't have to go really dark on the eyebrows. Okay. Now I'm sure Eric has a mirror instead of a camera feed. Sometimes I can see myself in the camera right there. I can look right over there and see myself in camera. That's how I make sure I'm in frame all the time. No, so I get questions often about like, do I try and paint texture on eyebrows? I think the answer really depends on the scale of the model. On a figure like this that is not very big, like he's pretty small for a bust, I would say I wouldn't worry about it, right? It's one of those things, it's like if you can't see it in hand, then I don't know how worth it is. Like the amount, he would have like 1,000 hairs in each one of those eyebrows, and I don't think you can do 1,000 brushstrokes or even 100 brushstrokes on his eyebrow. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just kind of get the representation of them, and I think that's generally good enough. All right. I'm going to put on my cheaters so I can see some things up closer.
I do have something similar because I already wear glasses.
You have the little clip-on ones? Yeah.
Yeah, these are my best buddies lately. Mary gets really mad with me when I use them because she says that they are bad for the eyes, but certain times I cannot paint without them. I cannot paint 35 millimeters scale face and
Yeah. Trying to paint eyes on a Warhammer model without these on. Good luck.
yeah. Like it feels so refreshing to paint this scale again. It's been like this is my first bust in maybe almost a year now. Maybe not
Oh,
a year, but at
I was
least
like, it's
6
been a
months.
while.
Yeah. Like it feels weird, but I am loving every part of it.
I think I paint more of this scale than anything else.
Yeah. Now I am the Warhammer boy, so it is what it is.
Physics. Hello, welcome. Thanks for following. Do you have a favorite scale?
I would say busts or 75 millimeters. Like for me, but lately, like no joke, jokes aside, I am enjoying a lot 35 millimeters. I think they are a different challenge. Like trying to do everything that I would love to do on a bust. On a Warhammer face, it's a challenge and that motivates me.
Yeah.
But like my my mental health is not happy with that. So
Physics. Howdy, is this a self-portrait bust? No, it is not. It is not a self-portrait. This is.
Eric, stop denying it. It is.
No, they're different. Look, it's not
Stop
the same.
denying.
It's not the same face. Okay, they're different. Right? One definitely is. The other one is not. Okay. Joaquin did not sculpt it to look like me. The hair is different.
You know, that's that. I don't want to say that's not true.
I should start putting braids in my hair, is what you're telling me?
Maybe they look good on you. Probably they will. Who's handsome is handsome, and with or without braids.
Manu paints asks, do you go near white or white for the highest highlight on top of the head? Yes, I went very close to white for the final little highlight on the hair. Very nearly white. He made it. Joaquin sculpted it different enough so he doesn't have to pay me royalties for using my likeness.
Maybe that's the case.
What was the name of that company? Was it Nuts Planets that just sculpted all of the? It's like Tank Commander from World War II, and you're like, dude, that's just Brad Pitt from Fury.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. And what was the like? They did like Tom Hanks from Saving Private Ryan, and you're like, how are they getting away from this?
Probably because the real actors won't give a damn about that. But if they actually notice, they could get in trouble, probably.
Joaquin says, I only sculpt Eric always, even when I try to sculpt girls.
Ay.
I'm his muse. So what you guys can probably see here is I'm just trying to, I'll zoom way in so you can see a little better, but I'm just trying to refine these shapes a little bit. So as I work, right, I'm working thinner and thinner layers in order to make smaller and smaller adjustments. So I create little differences here and there, and then the paint gets thinner, so you create tiny little extra layers on each one. And you make much more subtle differences to the surface, right? So big everything when I work is big to small, right? Big volumes to small volumes, thick to thin. So I start with thicker paint and then I slowly work thinner and in more tiny adjustments. My next Dungeons kit will be Eric the Warrior, Eric the Dwarf, and Eric the Goblin. Oh, someone asked about Dungeons Part 4. I've seen it. It's really cool.
Oh my goodness. Is it already done, Joaquin?
I've seen it. I'm not going to say. No, but I saw the concept. Yeah, Joaquin said it, he's still working on it. Still work in progress. But I saw the concept and it's very neat.
So cool. By the way, Joaquin, the Archeon is on English. Is in English?
Yeah, Archeon. Yeah, it's nuts. It's one I actually thought about before they changed the rules on the open, where you can't do sculptor collaborations anymore. Yeah. It's actually one that I thought about, like that would be a really cool open entry. Yeah. And then they ruined my fun.
Maybe you should start sculpting then. I am thinking about it at some point.
Me too, actually. I would like to try and sculpt something. I'll sculpt Joaquin.
Oh, you can sculpt me. I can pose for you naked if you want. Free of charge. Just with my sword.
just this. Which sword are we talking about?
I'll let your mind decide. It's called me like one of your Spanish boys. Uh,
We're making them laugh too much. They can't.
yeah,
They're losing losing the brush control. We gotta be serious. We have to be very serious painters. Okay. There's none of this funny business.
I know I can control my brush. Oh my goodness, that may be too much.
I was about to make a joke, but now I don't want. No, I think it was gonna be too far, and I don't want to do it.
Eric, you know I can go as far as you want.
Have you ever seen Jay and Silent Bob where he's pretending to do the scene from Silence of the Lambs?
Which one?
The one where
I've seen. Yeah.
The one where he's doing the tuck. I'll just do.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'll just do you in the trench coat with the Slayersword.
That's.
H31SD, thank you for following. And Dude McChase, I believe I may have missed you. Thank you very much. Welcome, guys. We're gonna make it all the people watching are leaving because they're just disgusted by us. We're horrible people. I have to say, I actually really like the wrinkles on his forehead on this model. They're sculpted well, but they're not like too. I find that to be like actually a kind of difficult thing to paint without making them like too obvious, you know.
Yeah.
But I think they're sculpted well here, where it's like it kind of indicates where they are, but it's not so much that they're like, you know, weird. I find sometimes they can look very, very odd, especially if they're like too deep, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's another one. This is another one. I don't know how much I have it actually, but a lot of times you'll see like people with like the permanent wrinkles on their neck. I find that to be another difficult thing to paint convincingly. Just a touch more yellow in the lights. So if you feel like the lights are getting a little desaturated, you can take some of that yellow ochre and just glaze it into some of the transition, and that'll bump up the warmth of the lights just a little bit, right? Let's see. So need to paint the eyes, but I want to check to see. I'm gonna check in to see on how you're doing. Let's see how Borja's doing. It's looking good. Yeah, looks nice.
You like it?
I do like it.
I like you.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'll stop.
Vanquishword asks, Eric, the colors you use for the highlight is white plus yellow or just skin tone plus white? So it's not so much just like white plus yellow or skin tone plus white. It's like white. It's white plus the skin tone plus, but as I move up in the light, I shift slightly more yellowish, right? Metalovich says, I can't even see the tip of the brush. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Zero send. Eric, I just want to say thank you for this. I've been a huge fan of your YouTube for a while, and now this is my first stream. Thank you, sir. I hope you do these again. Thank you. This seemed to go well. I think we will probably do one of these again. I'm sure this will happen again.
Next time I will be only with the trench coat and the sword.
We'll have to change the stream category to hot tub or whatever.
Hot tub. Is there a hot tub? The category?
Oh yeah, hot tub and
No way.
what is it? What's the name of the stream category, guys? It's like hot tubs and something or other. I can't remember.
For real. And it's for people to be in a hot tub?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my goodness. Brush of life.
All right. Okay. Last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of this. So you can see over here, I've got this kind of like brown gray mixture. I'm going to take this. I'm going to add a little bit of red to it. Not too much. And then quite a bit of white. And I'm going to create a sort of light.
You're not on camera, Eric.
Huh? It's fine. I'm just mixing right now.
Oh, all right.
I'm just mixing colors. Oh, you're the one that's on stream. So here, I'll switch back to me. That's what you meant.
All right.
So I'm mixing up sort of this red gray right here. Okay. So it's similar to my skin tone, but much more desaturated. Okay. So this is our eye color. Because if you look at my eyes, yes, my eyes are not white. Right? In fact, they are a similar value to my skin tone, okay? So I do not want them to be, we don't want to use pure white to paint the whites of the eyes, right? We want to use this sort of grayish tone to paint the whites of the eyes, all right? So as another little trap is don't overdo the white in the eyes. It should be roughly similar to the same value, but I like to desaturate and go slightly reddish. So let me put my glasses back on. I'm going to cover first I need to get rid of the black. So I want like a dark reddish black here for the eyes, okay? So something like this, okay? So similar into the shadow tone of our skin. Come on. This is one where you have to be really careful to stay on camera painting the eyes. Okay, so I'm just going to paint in the eyeball. Now, Joaquin has sculpted the eye for us, so we know exactly where to put the iris and everything. And then we're going to try something in a little bit. Sorry. I know. I'm trying my best to stay on camera here. When it's this zoomed in, it can be difficult. Okay. So now I'm going to add a little bit of white to the mixture and just try and paint the actual eyeball. Right, but I'm not going to go up to pure white yet. Okay, so something like that, right? Now take some of this red, nice and thin down. Okay, just like we did on the nose, and I'm actually going to increase a bit the reddish tone towards the outside of the eye. Okay, because you have more exposed blood vessels towards the edges of your eyes. Especially if you turn your eye like this, if you're looking harshly in one direction, you're going to see more of those blood vessels. All right, so adding a little more red into the corner. Okay. Something like so. All right, now what color are we going to paint his eyes? I'm going to do mine blue, just because, like this blue, sort of bluish gray, just because I already have it on my palette and it'll match the fabric, so easy enough. My eyes aren't blue, by the way. My eyes are like gray. Okay, so we want a dark blue color to start with. All right. So with a very dark blue, like a really intense blue, we're going to fill in around where he has sculpted that iris for us. I haven't actually decided if I like this or not, the sculpted irises. I think in general I would prefer to just paint them wherever I want them, so I can sort of change the expression. But I think it does kind of make it easier to paint the eye. Like knowing exactly where they should be and how big they should be, because that is, I think, one of the hardest things about painting eyes is getting that iris shape and size right.
Yep.
So here I'm just starting to add a little bit more light around the bottom, so creating this little U shape around the bottom of the iris. You might get some on the lower eyelid, but that's okay. We can always fix that. Yeah, so you can see starting to get that iris shape in there. Joaquin, now that there are a lot of people painting the bust, what do you think about the sculpting eyes? Oh yeah, I've always heard that painters prefer not sculpted eyes, but I think the result in the painted versions we are seeing looks great. I think honestly, like in terms of final result, I don't think there's any difference. I would say the only reason I would prefer them not sculpted, Joaquin, is to put that highlight or the slightly alter the direction that he's looking, right? I think that's the only real disadvantage of having the eyes sculpted. But in terms of actually painting them, I think it might make painting them a little easier. Where can we check Joaquin's work? Instagram. Here, I can link Joaquin. Instagram.com/ Oh, did someone already linked it? Never mind. But I think it's interesting from a like which one works better standpoint. I don't know. It's an interesting choice. Pizer, hello, welcome. All right, so I need a little bit of black on my palette in order to just make sure that the pupil is nice and pure black.
Richard said something interesting, which is for classes. So I agree. Like maybe for teaching is easier to have the eyes already sculpted.
That might be true, actually, because then they don't have to focus on drawing them, and you can really point out the specific shapes.
Absolutely. So that's a good take.
Yeah, I don't think there is a right and wrong answer. You know? So there, I'm just cleaning up the lower eyelid a little. What is that? Panandul. Hello, welcome. And then I'm going to grab a little bit of the blue and just try and darken some of the edge of this iris just a touch. Then I need to clean up so here I'm kind of going, it's a little over, right? So I painted a little over the top of the eye, the upper eyelid, so it's a little beyond the eye. That's okay because it's easy to take this and then thin out that eye. There I messed up the actual eye by painting some black on it. But easy fix. Right. Just fix that up. And now we have to put the white dot in the eye. And that is also sculpted for us, so we can just hit that little bump that he sculpted right there. And it should give us the white dot in the eye. Then I will take and clean up where I did the black lining and just shrink that black line back down. And now is the question, should I experiment?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
What kind of question is that?
This is artist UV curing resin.
Oh wow!
And we're gonna just try something. I'm we're going to take a very old brush that is all crusty and dead. Okay. Just a junk brush. And then I'm going to grab a little piece of like plastic or something that I can put some resin on. All right, so I'm going to take, you should be able to see this. So this is clear resin, right? This is clear UV curing resin. And there's some right here on the center of the tablet. I'm going to take some of this on the brush. All right. And then we are going to literally like try and paint his pupils with this clear UV resin. I want to make sure I don't have any dust or anything in there. Let me make sure I'm on camera and it's zoomed in or in focus. And I'm going to put little dots.
You're out of focus.
Am I out of focus? Sorry. I'm trying my best here. So I'm putting little dots of cute UV curing resin in the eyes. And I'm going to put some down until it builds up like a little dome. Okay, and then I'm going to take this flashlight, and this is a UV flashlight, and I'm going to sit here, and you can't see it at all because the light is overpowering it, but I'm going to UV flashlight his eyes, and hopefully that will result in it filling in the pupil.
It's a nice trick. I like it. Maybe maybe I will copy it. I think I have UV resin here also.
Now we get a little smooth surface to the eye, and yeah, fills in. So worked. Yeah, gloss varnish would work, but this is like actually doming that what is like a divot in his eye, so it's creating a smooth surface to the eyeball instead of that, what's it called? So you'd need to use a lot of gloss to do that, yeah. And then anywhere where it looks like it maybe got on his eyelid or something, but I don't think it was too bad. I think it worked out pretty good. Now he has a little bit of gloss shine to his eye. And I think it works. Is that your first time trying that? It worked pretty well. Yeah, I just figured it would. I just figured it would work. I mean, I use UV resin to like fill in, like on the bottom of him, right? You sometimes get these little like printing divots. I didn't do the best job like filling all of them, but I often use UV resin to fill these little divots, and you often end up with like a little dome shape. so I figured it would work in his eyes. So whatever, there we go. All right, I'm gonna pass it over to you for a minute,
All right.
Borha. Let you paint.
I am trying to paint the eyes. Right.
Poisoner Ivy. Hello, welcome. Thanks for the tier 1. Yeah, this is the hardest thing to do on camera right here. Is how to painting eyes on camera. All right, I'm gonna give it to you for a minute. I'll be right back, and then we will take a look at how people are doing on Discord. So I will be back in a few minutes.
Sorry, guys, that I don't talk. I am just trying to not mess up the eyes. I try to be concentrated. Yeah. Focus. All right. I think I'm almost there. There's always room for adjustment for several planes. Like, for example, here. Yes, I will be for Freakworks here in Madrid. We will all be there. Are you going to come? Hey, Dave. All right. Can't wait to see you then. I'm just trying to get in camera. I am messing up. Yes, you need to come back more. You need to update me on how are your things going. It's been a while since we talked to each other. No, did I say that? Anytime? Doesn't sound like me. I know I've said that I am more social than you. No one speak now. Eric's back. I think he hasn't heard me.
How you doing? Don't mess up the ice.
I'm trying.
All right. How's it going in chat? It's just Dave. Just Dave talking. All right. Let's see how people. How are you doing? Is it going well?
I think so. Like I need now the color on the ice.
Yeah, I think it's looking good.
I am going for greenish ice, so
Let's see how people are doing in the Discord. Yeah. Let's do some reviewing. All right. Where did we stop after lunch? This is all before lunch. Should have been about 12 something, I think, is when was lunchtime.
yeah.
Yeah, because here's a bunch of chat. All right. At the break, Dicey painting with her husband are both painting the model. They're both following along. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, I like how these are both coming along. Looking really good. Okay. Be curious to see how you're at now. I like the reddish tones on this one. This one's also nice. I like the slightly more red hair on the one on the left. Very good. People are talking about taking better photos of their miniatures. This one's also coming along quite nice. I like the hair color on this one quite a bit. Facial volumes look very good. Very nice, very nice. Greetings from Croatia. We got a Croatian in the following along. There's a show in Croatia, I believe.
About what?
Miniatures, like a miniature show.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's looking good. All right, coming along. See, this is what I was kind of talking about with the eyebrows, though, with the texture. I think this is a little too much for this scale, right? Where it's eyebrows start to look. I would simplify here. I think that's maybe a little too much for this scale. Isle of Wonders is the name of the show. That's cool. Damn. Also good. Again, with the avoid this crescent sort of shaped edge highlighting kind of thing on the lower eye, like on the cheekbone. It can be, try and make it a little more rounded, okay? It can make him look a little too old. Nate, post-lunch progress. Good. Again, I think you need just maybe those shadows are a little too dark. I'd be curious to see how you're doing now that you're painting the beard. But yeah, I think some of these your midtones might be a little too dark. Okay. Captain Carp. A little too smooth. bit too smooth, okay? You're losing some of that micro volumes that you want to see on the face here, all right? So a touch too smooth. Try and reintroduce some of those shapes, okay? But yeah, good job. Good job. Dragon Eye. I need to be done for the day. I'll continue with the recording in the future. Thank you, Eric. You're welcome. Thank you. I think it's coming along very nice. I think this is looking great. I think I'd like to see just a bit more skin tone variation, but I think this is going quite nice. This is a really fun class you're doing. Have you done this sort of online paint along before? No, this is the first time we've done a live one like this. I do stream on Wednesdays where I paint, but people don't tend to paint along with the same model or anything. And then every Friday, or not every Friday, typically every other Friday, I will do viewer feedback sessions. So you can submit your models. If you're a sub, you can submit your models to the Feedback Friday channel on the Discord, and I review viewer submitted photos, do a slightly more in-depth review and kind of paint overs. Here I haven't found that I've had to like paint over too much stuff so far. I think people seem to be doing quite well. Like this looks pretty fantastic. The bags under the eyes are maybe a little heavy on this shadow side here. So again, I would try and soften those out just a little bit, but yeah, I think the hair looks really nice. So you do have a little bit of that shadow line on the beard here. I would try and smooth that out a little bit so it's not so that edge of the beard isn't so like clean cut, you know? All right. Thomas. Looks good. I like the very dramatic lighting that you've got going on. I think this is looking nice. Some nice volumes to these guys. Hello, Pikmin. How are you? Someone's a speedy boy. This is like yeah, it's looking good. Colossal Meltdown. All right. Colossal, I think it's going nice, but you need to soften that transition between the like darker midtones and the lights a bit more. Okay? So like the temple is like a little dark right now. Some of the side of the face here is a little dark. This could be a softer transition. Run clear. Good job. Looks nice. Run clear. I will say you seem to be trying to highlight the raised edges of the hair a little bit more. This is what I was kind of saying with like, don't try and paint the sculpt so much. Let the sculpt guide you. Okay? Yeah, just use the sculpt as a guide for where to place the lights, but don't try and like edge highlight each individual sculpted hair. Okay? Steve, nice, going well. I think you may have pushed the highlights on the hair a little far. So I'm kind of losing that separation between the two. I would glaze back over it to bring some of that brown color back. Okay, especially like the midtones of the hair. You can tone it down just a little bit. All right. Right now it's like super light. Spencer, good job. Let me So we are on. Whoa! What the heck? Stop! You guys are all posting like right now, so I think I just lost my place. Hold on. Let me get back to where I was. Where were we? I should keep track of the time that they were posted so I can know.
Be right back, my friend.
Sure. Who was that? That was Spencer? Spencer. Okay. Spencer, I'm going to draw on yours real quick. This is good. What I'm missing though, you have this nice highlight right here. I want a little bit more highlight. Like right here, okay? So it's at this sort of curve transition towards the bridge of the nose. So you get a little bit of highlight that like runs in this curve. So it's not just the outside edge, right? Like if you think about like the raised outside edge gets this highlight, right? And the same on the nose, right? You get this raised outside edge. You also get this inside curve here will also catch light, okay? So that's what I want to see. And then I would soften this just a bit, right? Round this over just a touch, okay? And then also here, I would like hit a little highlight like here on this brow, on this wrinkle, and then there's some smaller folds. So I would take and on the forehead, I would bring this highlight out a little more. So it's like a little wider, right? And then I would add that highlight to the eye there, okay? Spencer, Dimitri, yeah, looks good, man. Looking great. Okay. James R. Nice job. Looking good. Very nice. And Solno. Yes, also good. You guys are good. You guys are good at this. Huh? Nice job, everyone. Dicey, I want to see you push the highlights a little bit more on the face. Can you see the difference between the highlights of the hair and the face right now? I think you could push the highlights a little bit further, okay? So right now, because you've really punched in the highlights on the hair, the face feels a little flat in comparison, okay? So you can push that highlight a little bit further, okay? Slap some ice cream. Good job. Yeah. Beard's a little thick, but I think contrast-wise and stuff, it's going well. Okay? Like what I mean is the brush strokes are a little thick, so you could. And then also the little skin near the lips here, you can see it's like the corner of the mouth here, right? Try and get some skin tone here. Okay? Murph. Nice job, dude. Really nice. Pretty good. Yeah, this looks great. Some of the like smaller volumes on the forehead and stuff. Really nice. Lacks of good taste. Very nice. I think you could taper some of the lines on the beard. So at the transition of the beard, you can taper those lines a little more. into even drawing some like freehand lines like on the skin, and you can make that transition even softer. Okay. Graham. Good job. Yeah, boy. Yeah, this is super nice. All right. Zero send. Zero still push a little touch more highlight. All right, and this is also based on your highlight position, right? So your highlight position is off to the right more. Like that's your main view. So when you take the photo, you should rotate it a little bit so that corner of the head is more from the viewpoint of that you want to be painting from, you know. So when you take the photo, yeah, like that's your main view. Okay. Wami, nice job. Yeah, again, the on this one, yeah, the brush strokes on the hair could be a little thinner, right? But I think in terms of value placement and size and color, like it all works nice. Matte, good job. I think you could also push like your highlights on your face a little bit further based on the highlight of the hair. I think you could have the skin tone highlight just a little bit more. Fish.
I am back.
Hello, welcome back. This one I think is, yeah, I think you need a little bit more reddish tone in the face, okay? Because right now it's a little too similar to the hair color. So I would glaze in some additional slightly reddish tones onto the face, okay? Who's the Nutty KT? I can't believe it that I paint this. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, just soften that transition. See at the beard here that shadow line is a little too abrupt, so I would tone that back a little bit. But I think this is going quite well. CW, push. Look, I'm seeing this trend between a few people. All right, like you guys, for some reason, you're not afraid to push the highlights on the hair, but you're a little reluctant for the highlights on the skin. Like I like it on the nose, but the forehead needs a little more. Okay, like you can see when you look at this now that his skin is like that forehead specifically is lacking a little bit of that that highlight on it, you know? The noob painter. Good job. Looks good. I'm impressed so far. How about you, Borha? With some of the results today? I think they look pretty great. Kinna, thanks for the 100 bits. Kinna, I'm also impressed by the quality painting of everyone is submitting. I think it is quite good. Yeah, this is nice. The beard could be more rounded here, okay? So it's a little, the shape of the beard could be a little bit more spherical, all right? Pete. Let's see. Lexi. Let's see, some of the skin needs a little bit more smoothing out. The forehead looks good, but around some of the mouth here, right, this could be smoothed out a little bit more. I think the top of the hair looks good. The beard also could be a little more rounded, like I was talking about with Pete, where it's like there's maybe a little too much contrast and not enough overall volume to the beard. But I think you're on the right track. Farrell, yes, the hair. So The skin's super good here, right? Let's look at this one, Borha.
Wow.
Skin looks really good. Yeah, but I think the hair needs more, right?
A little bit of extra push. Yeah.
Yeah, you need more contrast on the hair, but the skin is super good. Jabas. Eyes need some cleanup, but I think you're on the tapering again on the hair. They want you to take a picture and post it in the Discord, or you can just send it to me on WhatsApp, so I can feedback yours. You guys want me to nitpick Borja's? You want me to bring it into Procreate and really nitpick Borja's? I can do that. Yeah, this is nice. Yep, lines could be a little thinner, but.
Well, why don't you take a screenshot? It's going to be easy for me than sending the picture.
I could. Hold on. Let's see. Let me make it nice and big real quick. Hold it still. All right, and then I should be able to. Let's see what happens if I just paste it. All right. How do I just paste? Maybe I have to do it in Photoshop first, and then airdrop it to myself. That might be how I have to do it. All right, give me just a second. We'll get Borja's file. Save as. Export. We'll just do it in pictures, and we'll just title it Borha, and then airdrop it to myself. All right, picture.
I'm already seeing a couple of things that I would change. Let's see if you agree.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's shred Borja here. All right.
You know I have a sword, right? That I can stab you with.
Do you have a sword yet? You have to get it first. They have to send it to you first.
I have it. I will go fetch it right after your.
All right. Yeah. No, this is good. Okay. So, what are some things like? So, the face wise, I think is coming along quite nice, right? What I think some of the areas I think could be better is like here on the hair, like the beard.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna pencil? Are you gonna work? Hold on. It seems to have lost connection or something.
Your iPad is being cautious.
Dude, my iPad is my iPad is old and needs to be replaced.
Get a new one, Eric.
I should.
We are rock stars, no?
Yeah.
Aye.
So I think particularly on some of these areas, like these lines here could be thinner, right? So you could soften this. It will soften that transition a little bit more and make this feel a little more natural.
I agree.
I think this stuff is looking quite good. I think the mustache is pretty good. It could be like slightly more rounded, right? Where it's like the highlights are getting like a little too low, right? Because
Right.
the hairs kind of curl under, right? You know, so they
Oh,
they
yeah. I
they
see.
have
No,
like
no, no.
a cylindrical
I see.
volume to them, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
This is bothering me a little bit right here where I feel like this light should kind of curl over the nose a little bit more. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of like coming up into a triangle, it kind of curves around the nostril a little bit.
All
Okay.
right.
I think this light right here could come up into that corner a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a interesting shape on him that's kind of like, I need a darker color. So there's this sort of shape to his nose here where he has this like kind of curve thing like this. Like it kind of does
I
like
see
this
it.
shape.
I see it. Yep.
The temple is maybe a slightly too dark. Right?
Yeah.
This should be softened down, and the shadow should really just be at like the bottom of the cheekbone there. Are you trying to get brownie points with me? A little favor. You see, look at this guy kissing up to me. So let's correct it. It's actually pretty cool, but there is a slight problem with it. Is that as it gets closer to the hairline here, it should thin out a little bit, right? Because the hair is not as lifted off of the forehead there, so that cast shadow will ever so slightly get smaller towards where the hair is, and then it should kind of come down a little bit more like that. All right?
I hate you so much.
Yeah, I think but I mean, come on, guys, he's really good. It just there's some small touches. Like say I was painting in the ear here, I would try and have some light come into this sort of little valley right
Maybe
here.
with a saturated color. Can you
Yeah.
try with some sort of a magenta-ish, like the subsurface scattering?
Something a little more reddish.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I think that would work. I even think so one thing you can do is you can also do this like slightly more
Push it up,
saturated.
yeah, on certain areas. Yeah, I am missing certain colors because I wanted to have a closer palette to yourself, and I am missing some of my.
One other little thing would be on the eyes that I would try and add some like roundness to the eye, like here, right?
Definitely.
So you have like some roundness to the eye, and then you can have this kind of come to a point like that, and then if you want to get really fancy, you paint the little reflection in the tear duct like that.
I may need the. But I think I can do it.
Joaquin says, give me feedback. You should do the same to mine.
Do you want me to give you? I don't have the iPad on me. I should have brought it.
No, it's okay. I know mine needs a lot of work. You can give me you can give me feedback on this one instead here on the new workshop bus.
You can go hack yourself.
You give me feedback on him. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it's lacking contrast.
Oh, dang it!
More focus.
No, this looks good, but yeah, there is like some few like micro adjustments I would make, right? But
can you go back and forth with the layer?
Nope, because I accidentally. What I can do is this. Hold on. It's fine. I can import. I can add the photo on top as like a new layer. And then I can do this. See? Now I can go pop, pop, pop.
All right. Can you send me the correction through WhatsApp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's apply it. This, by the way, guys, is what we usually do in studios, and when you have an art director, this is our daily life, especially with Alfonso around.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I do Feedback Friday also. This is like, I do like the digital corrections like this.
Baby Stapler says he can send it if you subscribe to his Twitch.
Come on. He's hanging out with us today. He gets a freebie for just this one time now.
I get a free conguitos.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
All right, let's jump back to the Discord and see how people are doing. So, all right, we were at Jubas. Yep. Okay. Yep. So we looked at this one, right? So it's just, this one's just a little more refining, you know. Me, highlight more highlight on the nose. Come on, see the highlight on the hair, right? You need that highlight on the nose, okay? You got to push a little more, okay? Look, let's look at Roxana. See, Roxana has that nice highlight on the end of the nose there.
Oh my goodness.
She's pretty good, huh?
Roxana killing it. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Yeah, it's a little bit of Conan. It reminds me, it's like a Greek king or something.
It is a bit like Leonidas, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty good. Feedback wise, I could see a little more color variation in the face. Just a little bit, right? I would like to see you push that just a little bit further. The hair looks great. But yeah, I could see just a touch further on the color variation. The beard, if I'm being very nitpicky, the line of the beard and the skin could be a little softer. Could soften that just a touch, but very, very nice. Teal, nice job. Looking good. See, this is nice. This soft transition here on the beard looks quite good. Try and clean up some of the black a little bit around the mouth. The eyes, one eye is a little wonky, but it's not too bad. I think it's quite nice. Slayer Street. All right, Slayer Street. You need a little more highlight on the other side of the face, okay? So on the other side of the forehead, like if I turn like this, and we'll change cameras back to me, right? I have this highlight here, but I also get some highlight like here, right? So you need just these few touches on the opposite side of the face to like the other brow, just to create some volume there. Okay. Lumpy. Looks good to me. Looking pretty good. Yeah. Okay. I could use a little more dark tones towards the bottom of the beard to round that over a little bit, give that a little more volume and shape. But I am digging it. I think it is going quite nice. Candace, highlights. You need highlights. The face here is just too neutral flat. You need to you need some real push those highlight shapes into the skin, okay? It kind of just stops at a light pink, and then but we need some of those those real bright highlights in there, okay? Trino. Good. Yeah, it's coming along. Yeah. I like it. Hair could use a little more darker tones. Okay, it's getting a little too light yellow. Right, so we need a little bit more of those browns in there. So I would basically wash some browns on top of this just to filter it down. All right. And then Flapjack. I like the very neutral colors on this one. It looks really good. Very naturalistic on this one. Yeah, I'm digging it. Don't have too much to say. Maybe the highlight on the nose could be a little brighter. Maybe the beard, the chin, could be a little more rounded also. But I think it's going quite well. Sam. Sam, you need just a touch more mid-tone to your skin. Okay, I feel like you jump to the lights and it gets quite yellow in the lights, but you're missing some of those slightly pinkish midtones. Okay, so I would come back and try and re-filter in just a touch more of that, right before you start punching in the highlights, a little bit more of that intermediate light before you get to those really bright ones. See you, Pete.
See you, Pete.
Bye, Pete. Yeah. This is good. Yeah. I get this. This you need to. I would tone down the hair just a touch. It kind of jumps from that dark brown that you have in there, that reddish brown, straight to this more lighter yellowish color. I would want some sort of just a little bit more of that tone in between, that transitional color. Okay, that initial jump from shadow to light was probably too big of a jump, and you need something in between. Okay. RJ Warren. Nice. Yeah. Looking good. The nostrils a little too highlighted, and the tip of the nose isn't quite highlighted enough. Okay. But I dig it. These guys are pretty good, huh? See.
I'll mute myself for a moment.
That's fun. Captain Carp. Looking good. Hair is a little too yellow. Okay. Adios, Joaquin. Thanks for joining us. Have a good day. Yeah, the hair is a little too yellow. Try and get some more browns back in there. Okay. Manu. Nice. Eyebrows are a little thick and maybe a little too dark for his hair color. Lights on the skin, they're pretty good. I think you can maybe still push the highlight on the skin just that touch more. Just that little bit more. But I like how it's coming along. Dave Munford. Very good. Don't have much to say. I would like to see just a little bit more saturation in the transition of the skin. I'm going to actually save yours if I can, if it'll let me. No, it won't let me right now. It's all right. I'll come back to it. Jorah, nice. Very good. Highlight, add some lights to the eyebrows a little bit, but overall looking quite nice. Impasimato, also good. I would tone back the hair just a touch, like glaze over top of it with a middle value, just a little bit. It's a little too bright. ITZ Electric Football, also going pretty well. The eyes are maybe a little big at the moment. I would try and make the irises a little smaller. I would also try and glaze a little more red into the skin tone. Okay. Baby stapler, push the highlight on the skin for me. So the color is much better. So now when you go to highlight the skin, add a little touch more yellow, a bit more white, and try and push those highlights up for me. Okay? But the skin tone is definitely better now. All right? Mystic Gnome, good. The highlights on your hair are looking a little chalky, so I would glaze it back down and then re-establish the highlights if you need to, because right now they're a little thick and chalky looking. Okay, so skin looks great though. You could maybe use slightly more red, but Typhoon is C, nice, very good. Hair, well, this hair up here looks quite good, so I would like you to try and match more to what you've done up here, down here, okay? But yes, it is going well. BB is really good, guys. He's also a top quality painter. I believe a Golden Demon finalist. Right? Finalist? Yeah? Maybe add like a little more skin tone variation. I think you could push it a little further. Be a little braver with your glazes, okay? It's a little samey right now. Okay? But the hair looks awesome. Hair is like spot on. ITZ. Didn't we just look at yours? Yeah, needs a little more. Thought we did. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, we looked at it up here. Yeah, it's going well. Okay. Alex, nice. Yeah, a little bit. What is it about this one? I think the hair's maybe slightly yellow, so I would try and add just a touch more brown, just a little bit. Okay. Richard, I like the gray hair. This like sort of gray brown. This is nice. I think this works really well.
Eric, I'll mute myself for a couple of minutes because the workshop here is ending and we need to make pictures.
Yeah. Go ahead, dude.
I will be painting in the background.
Do what you need. Do what you need to do.
All right.
Yeah, Richard, this looks great, man. I like this a lot. I like the gray color. What I would do now is try and add like some more little bits of gray and stuff to like his temples, like the Mr. Fantastic. It can be very difficult, but you can try and add some like little individual gray hairs that are like slightly lighter, okay? But yeah, I like this a lot. Dan also getting a little yellow in the hair. Some more browns. Okay? Blonde is more brown than you think. Alright? Like this is more blondish, right? And it's significantly more brown. Really good. Looks great. Just gotta paint the eyes, but yeah. This exactly what I'm looking for. Got to blend, but is this more the right direction contrast-wise? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Skin has nice contrast on it now. It's just some little more shape. I think some like sharper volumes, you know, like around the nose and you like some of the lower eyelids and stuff, and like some of these smaller wrinkles and stuff on his face. But the contrast is definitely there. Okay. The sugar-free? All right. Nate, good. Same sort of deal here. I see these like small little line ones which help, but make them slightly more rounded, right? These little lines on his forehead. And then yeah, yours can also use that little shapes in the lower eyelids a little more. Okay. Nice. Okay. Also a little light on the hair. I think that you've lost a little of the mid-tone. It's I understand. It's fine. You're just health conscious. You know, sugar-free. It's fine. I'm making fun of you. I'm on the full sugar mode though. Yeah. Good. Okay. Cool. What am I hearing? Someone knocking? Oh, I think my roommate's making bread downstairs. I think he's banging on the counter making some sourdough. Good. Now that spark of light in the eye, the shine in the eye needs to be that really light yellow, okay? So when you do that glint in the eye, it should also be that extremely light yellow tone. But this is pretty cool. And then Dicey, we're back. Yeah, looks good. So the blonde hair one could use a little more contrast to the hair. I think it could also use slightly more intense highlights on the skin. And this one, the skin could be a little smoother, could have a little bit more soft transition to some of the shadows, but I think it is also... So I like the level of contrast sort of on this one, but this one's a little bit more like at a refined level. So take a lesson from each other. You need to be smoother. You need to be a little more bold. Okay? So I think that's everybody for right now. Which one was the one I was going to take a look at real fast? Oh, there was one that I wanted to mess around with. Was it Dave? Is it this one? I think so. Hello. We got a raid. Mata Monitos. Hello. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? How's everyone? Hope you had a good stream.
Matamonitos is Spanish.
I figured. Bienvenidos a todos.
Monkey killer.
You could say hello.
Hola
to
guys,
me.
I am offline now. Well, no, I'm not offline. I'm muted because we have a
You're
little
not
bit of a
muted.
rush here. Tenemos movida en el estudio.
You can't. They're not actually that bad. Like you can hear them in the background a little bit, but it's not. It's not as bad as you think. Where did it go? Mumford, where are you? Oh, Fat Hen. Your hair is a little too light also. Tone that down a bit, okay? ¿Qué tal todos? It's amazing how much more the photos look washed out on your screen than mine. I'm dicey on Discord. Yeah, I mean, you talked brushes earlier, but I missed it. What's your go-to? He's been using Rublo. Hudson. Nice. Yeah. Just a touch. Give me what... Glaze a little bit of red in that nose and stuff. Give me some of that skin tone variation. But the light and contrast, super good. So I just want to see a little more tonal variation. Like be a little more brave. Same with BB, right? Like you have a bit of the same problem where it's like you're being super technical and refined, but you're missing a little bit of that like that color variation, that punch that I want to see. That's gonna add a little something extra special to it, you know. Feral brush liquor. This is good. You need some more highlights on the hair, but yeah, the face is looking quite nice. Rui, very good. Hair's maybe getting slightly yellowish. Okay, so I would glaze just a touch of brown back into the midtones. Okay, it's like a wheat, like almost like a straw wheat right now, but it's starting to turn like slightly greenish. Okay, so you need to add just like a touch of that warmer brown in there, so it's not so like, look at the difference between my hair and his hair, right? There's like just a little bit of that more brown in there than like yellow, because when you shadow yellow like that, it starts to turn almost green, you know. All right, let's get back to Mumford. How far up was it? Did I just like go right past it? Just zoom past it? Here it is. Gracias. Gracias, Mata. Yeah, jeez. All right. I have to close the iPad, then save the image, then then I can reconnect the iPad. So annoying. I really don't know what that is that causes that. Something like when the dongle is plugged in. Oh, did you like re-upload? No. Dave. How do I lose it like every time? It's like I see it and then some reason it's gone. Like my brain just goes like right past it. Did you delete it? Well, we'll use Hudson's as an example since I can't find it. It could be. I'm just going crazy. But it's going to get the same point across. Need to go have dinner and spend time with the girlfriend. This was fun. Thank you, Eric, for setting this up. We'll finish figure and share it later. Have a nice one, everyone. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. So this is here's a bit of the same problem. So what I would do is I'm just going to make like a saturation layer, okay? So the saturation layer allows us to just like push some of this area more, right? So in some of these tones, like around the nose and stuff, just by increasing some of the saturation in the middle value, I'm able to create a little bit more interesting of a skin tone. Can you guys see that? It's a subtle difference, but it makes for a little bit more warmth and liveliness to the skin. Okay? So just at that transition point, we punch it up just a touch. All right? It's not a lot. It doesn't take a lot, but it is that little bit extra that gives it that more life. All right? It's not chromatic aberration per se. It's like actual like skin tone variation, right? Because I didn't do it to the forehead, but in around these like warmer areas of the skin where you get more blood flow and stuff. It's like adding the red, right? But yeah, it's just like giving a little bit of extra touch to some of these areas in order to, that saturation is also another type of contrast, where by pushing the saturation a little bit more, we can create a little extra focus and depth to the color, All right. You guys are doing quite well. I'm gonna actually flip to the be back screen, Borha. So I will be back in like 5 minutes or something. Okay, guys? See you in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. I'm back. How are you? Let's switch back to this camera. Ready for some next steps? Are we ready to go? Guys are still with me? Some people don't have the stamina. They can't do the whole day. That's fine. It's all right. All right, let's push this a little more, So, let's have some fun with the fabric, okay? So for the fabric, what I'm going to do is we want to introduce some volume and texture into the fabric, okay? So instead of doing like a pattern or something, I don't want to sit here and paint like a tartan or something. Instead, I think what we'll do is we're going to go for like a heavy weave, right? So instead of individually like creating volumes here, we're going to use some heavy stippling, so like dots, in order to create some volumes to this fabric, okay? So you can see a bit of the volume here, right? And even in the valleys, I want to make sure that this volumetric light is correct. So we're going to create some texture on the fabric this way in order to give that sort of sense of like some kind of thicker fabric to it, all right? So we'll use these kind of heavy dots. All right, and then this one, so we'll do it like in rows. So we go down. So it's going to look very chunky at first, which is fine. Because what we'll do is afterwards we're going to use some color to like glaze it back down. But I'm just trying to get like the overall shape in of this kind of thick weave to wool or something that this is made out of, you know? So like so. Right? Something like that to start. Okay? So that gives us our bit of our like thicker, heavier texturing to it. Right? Like that. But that's maybe we start to lose a bit of the overall volume. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that blue color back that we had that's down here, right? I'm going to start to thin this out. Okay. And then I'm going to glaze.
Back
Are you back? It's nice and quiet in there now. Everyone cleared out. Okay, so you can see now that I'm coming back with that shadow tone, and I'm beginning to glaze over top of this in order to unify a bit the texture with the layer underneath. Okay. So sometimes when you're doing this sort of heavy texturing like this, it's a bit of a back and forth process where you want to really go overboard with the texture, then reduce it, and then kind of bring it back, and then reduce it, and then bring it back, and you build that layering on top of itself until you get it kind of to the point where it's working well. All right. So here we're doing one of your favorite things. We're doing fabric texture right now. The wool texturing. Okay, then I'll take some of that intermediate color now that glaze is kind of set, and I'm going to start doing smaller dots inside of that. And this will begin to, so I'm basically stipple blending with smaller dots in order to smooth out the shapes, and then we will introduce some highlights and really make that texture pop out. Okay. Okay, so something along those lines. Now I'll come back with an even lighter version. So adding just a touch of white to the blue. You can see roughly here, right? So where I get some of the ridges would begin to catch highlights. We'll stipple a little more. Channel your inner key reel, Borha. Paint
My
them
real
dots. What? Channel your inner key reel. Paint some dots.
Oh, yeah. Like, actually, this is going to help me a little bit. Watching you solve that. It is supposed to be wool, right?
I believe so, yes. It's like a
All right.
thick, heavy wool.
Thick, heavy wool. I need to lower down the value, push down the value a little bit.
One thing is you can see we're not like overdoing the contrast on this. I don't want to do it too much to the point where it's like I don't want to create like a satin or a silk fabric, you know? I don't want it to be so heavily contrasted that it looks like shiny. I just want to create some general shape to it, okay? So something like that. And you can see now that maybe that it's like some of the texture is pretty heavy. Okay, but if I zoom out, right, like some of the volume starts to return, and then I can always come back again with another glaze, and I can again like glaze some of the shape back into it if I need to increase some contrast and definition a little further. So this is a very like back and forth kind of thing where you push the texture, then you kind of blend it together, you glaze it together to reduce the texture, and then you push it again, you know?
Push it up.
Push, pull. There's a little Kirill in all of us. There's a big Kirill in.
I haven't seen him in person yet.
No, he's a giant of a man.
Is taller than you?
Yeah.
Much taller than you?
Not much taller, but he is taller than me, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's not 6'10". No, he's not that tall. He's like 6'6", maybe. He's like I'm 193 centimeters. I think he's like 197, maybe. Okay, so there you go. How to do the sort of stippling that we were looking for. All right. So we get a nice soft kind of fabric there, but with some nice texturing to it. Okay.
All right. Do you want to take a small break while I paint?
No. I'm good. I will work it a little bit more. Just try and clean it up just a little bit here. And then I'll put you on camera also so people can see what you're doing.
No, not right now.
Not right now? Too bad.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wolf Painting Studio is rating with a party of 25. Hey. Hello, welcome in.
Thank you.
How are you? How are you doing? How is everyone? We're working on some busts. Los bustos. How was your stream? Some Middle Earth strategy game miniatures. Whoa, the tiny ones. the tiniest figures. I guess not technically the tiniest, but those are really small. Have you ever thought about doing a Lord of the Rings figure for Golden Demon?
Yes, in fact, I'm really tempted every year, but then comes Venegas and asks me to paint a dragon or a griffin.
You don't want to do a Balrog?
I'm going to do Invisible Frodo.
do a Smaug? A Smaug?
That would be cool. But not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, those are really, really small figures.
Yeah.
I don't think I would want to paint one of those, to be honest.
Maybe we could paint them together.
No, I'm good. I'll pass.
Holding hands.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Oh, you break my heart. The new Helm Hammerhand is cool. It's really cool. Like I am really tempted on that because I think I could paint it in a week or so.
What's that? What's Hellhammer Hand?
The one from the anime movie of Lord of the Rings, like the.
I'm selling myself out here right now that I've only ever watched the movies and I'm not the biggest Lord of the Rings fan in the world.
Oh my goodness, Eric!
I know.
Don't say that. Don't say that publicly.
I know. Everyone's finding out right now that I'm a big phony. I'm a big fraud. This guy does boo this guy. He doesn't like Lord of the Rings.
Like this reminds me of Clerks, the True Trilogy.
Yeah.
Have you seen that sketch? A movie about people walking. I love those guys.
Don't worry, I could nerd out on plenty of other subjects that's not Lord of the Rings.
Like what? Prove yourself as a nerd.
I mean, Warhammer or like Final Fantasy or.
Oh, do you like Final Fantasy?
Oh yeah, I've played almost all of them.
Have you saw the Magic the Gathering?
Yes, I did. I used to be a big Magic the Gathering player too, but then I quit playing
You
that.
decided to quit drugs, right?
Yeah.
I saw yesterday Albert painting, playing some Magic with Arnaud.
with Arnaud, yeah.
Yeah, and I
He's playing with
replied to
some
the story
old
like,
cards too.
Yeah, like quit drugs, man.
Yeah, I mean, I
You
saw
have
like
enough with
Lotus Petal and stuff like that. How do you think I
Yeah.
paid? I've told this story before, but how do you think I paid for my whole streaming setup? I sold my Magic the Gathering collection.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
What did you have?
I had like dual lands, I had Gaia's
Oh my
Cradle, I
goodness.
had quite a few like pretty expensive cards. I think my Underground Sea sold for like $800 and
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
But
I mean
did you
the
have
whole
them
the whole
since
collection
the-
sold for like $20,000 or something
My
like that.
goodness. Did you have them since the beginning, or you
No,
yeah.
I mean, like I played when I was very young, but I got rid of them all, and then I started collecting again around Ravnica. No, I didn't have Power 9.
Ravnica is an amazing plane. I love it so much. My favorite character is the dragon, obviously.
Your favorite character from Magic the Gathering is a dragon?
Yeah, the Niv Mizzet.
Oh, Niv
the
Mizzet, so
red-
the
yeah.
Izzet guild
Yeah.
leader. Yeah.
I love because I always,
Draco
always
genius.
wanted it. I always wanted it when I was a kid and never got the chance.
So what's his name in Spanish? Draco Genius. Is it?
Dracogenio.
Oh, nice. I
Like
enjoy the translation. Genio.
Dracogenio.
I enjoy the names, like the renaming of some of the cards into other languages. The one I
Yeah.
will always remember is Jace the Mind Sculptor. In German is Jace Gerdunkenformer.
Que what? Que Dunkel Farmer.
Gerdunkenformer.
Oh my goodness. Those Germans.
Like I would think Jace the Mind Sculptor in Spanish would be like Jace el escultor de. Oh, is it? No, that's got to be French. Le sculptor de espíritu. I would think in Spanish it would be el escultor del mental or something.
I think it's El Escultor. Let me check it out. But I think it's El Escultor Mental. Or...
Yeah, el escultor mental. Would what I would guess it is.
Sí, El Escultor Mental. Yeah.
Ah, see?
Escultor Mental.
The Mind Sculptor.
I actually played Control. I had not a playset, but I had two Jaces.
Well, good. You just didn't make everybody hate you by saying you played Mill.
Well, yeah. And I was so bad at it that I lost. I tend to lose at myself. Like I was winning the several times, like the game, and then decided out of stupidity to lose. Like Control is not a good archetype for me.
You your green stompy monsters.
Yeah, actually, that's the kind of like when I played the standard, I had a mono green elf. I think it was during Dominaria, like a couple years ago,
Okay.
and that deck was auto run, and you didn't have to think about it, like gringo brr, you know.
Just stompy boys, you know?
Absolutely.
Just turn
Stuart Bright
things.
says that,
Yeah,
can we get to see Borja and Eric play Magic? Yeah, maybe we could do it at some point.
The turn things sideways. That's always a strategy. Cast big creatures and turn them sideways.
Yeah. Way to win.
Oh my god, Power 9 is, yeah, like, if you... So a friend of mine had full play sets. He sold his collection and bought a house.
For real.
Yeah.
You Americans, we in Europe, we never get the chance to get alpha and beta here. So that's only an American thing. We got revised, I think.
Yeah, 3rd edition revised.
No, what unlimited.
Oh,
I think
unlimited,
we had
yeah.
unlimited. Yeah, unlimited we had here, but not alpha or beta.
The white border one.
Yeah,
Yep.
which obviously is not the same.
I like black. I'm a black player. I like to say no. I like to... Nah. You can't... Oh, you like that creature? It's dead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Like, I think the only deck that I would love to get at some point is Tron.
Okay.
Just out of the fans, you see. Like, I hated so much playing against Tron. Especially as a control player, like, why the heck do you get to cast a 10
mana card on like turn
cost.
3.
Yeah, turn 3. Like you shouldn't. And some of them are even how do you like uncounterable. I cannot
Yeah.
counter it.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, I'm not playing against that.
All right. Let's check in on just Borha. We'll see how he's doing. Huh? Oh, look at that. Look at that nice green. Ooh, it's got some ranger vibes to him, you know?
I'm thinking about you all the time when I paint it. What would Eric do in the woods? That's my...
I would just be looking at trees and thinking what nice plinths they would make. I like it makes me think of Roman, where he just like walks around through the woods and he's just like imagining dioramas to build.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Roman seems like a pure soul, you see. Like someone that just like some kind of Buddhist vibes, you see, like nah. I would love to get to hang out with him at some point. He seems like a really interesting person.
He's a nice guy, yeah. I should play Jess guy for the red. Oh, green, white, red. Those colors didn't even exist when I played.
I played Jeskai. Then I moved on to Esper.
We called it. What was it? We just called them like Rug and Bug, like before Dragons of Tarkir came out. Now they all have names. Now they all have names.
Yeah.
The wedges. Yeah, it's going well. I like it. He's looking nice.
You're telling me?
Yeah, I'm telling you that yours looks good.
Thank you, man. It's because of how amazingly well you teach.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll just accept the compliment.
No, you know, I am not kidding, right?
How's everyone else doing? So there's a whole group that's just been hanging out like in a group chat in my Discord this whole time. I'm curious what the conversations have been like in there.
Not something good, probably.
Just mostly muted. Rakdos and Gruul. Red black and Gruul is green black, yeah. Yeah, I think this guy is coming along very nice. I think we'll probably paint for like a little bit longer, and then we'll do some final feedback, and then you guys are on your own to finish him. No talk, only paint. They're all just hanging out in there, not talking to each other. He's done after we finish here. Hey, that's fair too, you know?
You know that I like to leave the
projects
results
unfinished.
Yeah. No, not projects unfinished. Don't be like that. That I really like to leave the workshops figures as they are when the workshop finish.
Botrioides. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry. Asks, Were there a few instructors that really helped develop your painting style? Same question for Borja. I mean, I think we can say the same person, right?
Yeah.
We can both say Alfonso. Alfonso, I think maybe had less influence on my style and more just kind of helped to refine my style. I think I had sort of developed my style more from the things that I liked. I will always compare a bit of my style to like World of Warcraft and stuff was really influential to me. So I think some of the more like fantasy illustration stuff had a bigger effect on my style. And then yeah, he helped me kind of take and refine my style. Roman was another one, not so much like as an instructor because I've never taken a specific class with him, but his blog was a big thing that I read when I was starting out, and kind of his emphasis on atmosphere and stuff really had an influence on me. But I have not taken a ton of painting classes in general, so yeah, I would say mostly those two, right? At one point, Mark was also a bit of an influence, just the way he like rendered faces, and then like that led into me looking at using more real world reference and studying like portraiture and actual like portrait artists and how they render. So yeah, I would say a little bit of that too. Now you go.
Sorry. Like for me, like Eric said, Alfonso, I've been working with him for almost 4 years now, and I like he's helped me like get my shit together since the beginning, and I am starting to find my style now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I have taken almost classes from almost everyone, and from you, I've gotten a lot in terms of light and like ambience in general. I think like your workshop helped me a lot. Mark's also in terms of brush control and how he takes references. Like I think I would agree with you.
He takes so many references.
Yeah. And also Arnaus, because I think Arnau is the one that fits me the most in way of painting. Like I think my style, when it's fully developed, would be would have been not influenced by, but it would be something close to how Arnau paints, with differences, of course. But I really feel um, how do you say, like it matches how I paint when nobody's looking at me, and I think that's how we really paint.
Yeah.
So I think it will be close to that.
Someone Steve said John Singer Sargent. Yeah, John Singer Sargent, Rembrandt, Norman Rockwell are like, in terms of what you would call like classic kind of illustrators or painters, are definitely like portrait artists. I consider a bit of all influences. Yeah. And then Demetrius, Eric Borhammer, can't thank you guys enough for the stream and directions. So cool. You're welcome. Shy Guilt Golit, thanks for the follow. Master of Splash, I'm sorry if I missed you, thanks for the follow. And Viserius, thanks for the prime. Let's see, we have another question. Merkusen asks, I'm trying to do the texture of the hair. I'm trying to tackle the rest of the hair, or how would you tackle the rest of the hair? And then someone asks, I'm trying to do the texture again, but it looks like crap. Could you maybe explain a bit again? Yeah, let me explain the texture real again. So, because we can watch as Borja does it. So we've created this stippling, right? So we're doing these dots, and instead, like before when we were working on the skin, we blocked things in terms of light and shadow, and then used like glazes to create intermediate tones. Here, instead of using glazes to create these intermediate tones, Borja's actually using like an intermediate value, but a thicker paint to create stippling in between to create dots. So he's making like a bridge tone out of dots, right? And this is what is letting him blend. The other way to do it is you kind of go overboard and then you can glaze it back down and then you build up the texture again and you glaze it back down and you build it up again, right? So you get these layered dots that are getting smaller and smaller and you create the texture that way. And it starts to create this like layered effect as like you kind of imagine all the stitching and weaving of the fibers are kind of like overlapping over top of each other, right? I hope that sort of explained it, but basically it's just painting a lot of dots.
Yeah. And not even close to how many you painted on the, well, they are not dots, but the clue you painted from
squares.
Yeah.
Squares and tiny little lines.
Yeah.
You can see here, I'll show on this one, but you can see on this guy also, he has quite a lot of stippling, right? And these look very tiny. And this looks like it would take forever, right? Like all these little dots that I've done. I have to switch cameras. Right? So you can see on this bust that like, see all the little dots and stippling? I'll give you a secret. If you use a brush like this, you can paint way more dots at once. Instead of one dot at a time, I can paint like 20 dots at a time.
Guys, don't go to a to a gunfight with a knife. Actually, bring your own gun, and you will be able to survive. Probably.
So you could paint a lot more, but on him, you're dealing with a much smaller area and much smaller volumes, right? So it's more difficult to try and use like a dry brush. But when you have a big surface, a big flat surface like this, and you're trying to stipple something like this, it's way easier to do it with like a dry brush, right? All right, and then someone asked real quickly about the hair again. So the hair, right? Let's go back to the hair real quick. I'm not going to really talk about the fur because really the fur, I guess I can do it on the fur and that way I can sort of explain. But basically like, yeah, so when we're doing the fur, so I'm going to tone this down because it's the same principle, okay? So let's tone the fur down a little bit. We want to start with a darker color. Okay, so I'm going to just tone the fur back. So that we can build up the light on top of that. Okay, and then that's going to have to dry. But I'll start with a darker color, you know? Some of it I don't want to be quite that dark, so I'm going to go layer over it just a little bit.
Sí, José.
¿Qué es esto?
¿Estás escuchando? Ay.
Pero Eric, tanto tardas en pintarla, tío. Joder, macho, poco eficiente, ¿eh?
He says that you're lacking efficiency, Eric.
I'm lacking efficiency?
Yeah.
I'm not fast enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ay.
Sorry. I'll try and paint faster.
No, please don't. You're already fast enough.
Him and I actually talked about this a while ago. It's interesting what some people do faster than others. Because Alfonso is definitely a faster sketcher than I am. He can sketch faster than I can. But I think I refine faster than Alfonso does. Like when it comes to like blending or doing like painting, like painting a little more rendered, I think I tend to paint a little faster than him.
Yeah, I like watching you paint the bust that you painted here in 2 days while being sick. Yeah, it doesn't make me. It doesn't make me happy.
It made you sick?
We never came back to that bar.
No, never?
Never.
You're done. Wrote it off. It's dead to you. So I've told that story before, but I did a workshop in Madrid with Borha at the Miniature Art Academy, and we all went out to lunch together, and a bunch of us got like food poisoning afterwards. It was miserable. The Monday after the workshop. No, was it Monday or Tuesday? It took like a day, right? I think
it took like a day. I think it was like Tuesday, probably.
Monday night. It was like when it was really bad, and a bunch of us got sick. It was not fun. And then Tuesday I did absolutely nothing. I did plenty on Tuesday, but it wasn't anything I want to talk about. All right, so did I just paint over all your dark? Not all of it, but I just reduced it a little, So once that's still a little wet, so I'm not gonna touch that too much at the moment, but we can jump back to the hair, right? So I have my lights here, and I need to push some of the lights on the hair, I need some of my brown also. Need to get some brown back. I haven't been that sick in quite some time. Like,
Spanish food is the best food in the world. Until you get sick.
Until you get food poisoning. Then not so much. All right. So let's say I'm doing these strands of hair here, right? So we have the light coming in from this direction. And we have it's like a slide, Like you imagine the slide at a kid's park, and you have these like bumps and hills to it. Or we can imagine is like a staircase. I want to start to pick out some highlights on the wave, right? So it's like as that wave or staircase or whatever sort of matches each other, each one of those little waves is going to get a bit of the same highlight, all right? And the key here is that I'm painting in the direction that the hair grows or flows, right? So as I go down the strand, that we create a wave. When do we get a race, Eric versus Banshee? You don't want that.
No.
I won't get a word in. It'll just be him talking the whole time. I would also win because he'd go on 16 tangents before he...
16 what?
Tangents.
Ah, all right, yeah.
It would be like the tortoise and the hare, Like he would get distracted.
I could distract him for you. Dilute with water or something in front of him.
So you can see this sort of wave, right? This hill kind of effect to the hair that we're doing. That's the sort of goal that we're going for. So we want to accentuate that wave. Okay. And then same down here. So this wave sort of continues like this. This is like a little cylinder right here. So if you combined all of these strands into one shape, you would have a cylinder. So we want to paint these shapes like they are a cylinder. All right. So we sort of combine those shapes into one shape. And then the braids are a little harder because the braids are like, yeah, you have to basically just treat each one of these little knots of the braid like an American football. Okay. You have to paint the little highlight on each little segment of the braid. Is Alfonso going to come to Essen? Borja, do you know?
Oh, sorry. I blacked out.
you were in the zone.
Yeah. Sorry. You tell me?
Is Alfonso going to come to Essen also, or no?
No, I don't think so. Alfon, dice Eric que si vas a ir a Essen. Que no.
No. No.
But I will go. Are you staying in Essen or Düsseldorf?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm going to be working with Artis Opus at Essen, so I'll be working.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be at the booth.
All right.
Hanging out at the booth.
At the booth. I want some booze in Germany.
Okay. And then we have to highlight this a bit more. Eric, do we know when the pointed filbert, or the flat point Artis Opus brushes are going to be released? Any hints? I don't know how much I can say. So no hints. Yeah, because I don't want to speak incorrectly and then be like,
what is filbert, by the way?
So filbert is this brush shape. So it's flat one direction and pointed the other.
All right.
So it's like an arrow almost. But
Yeah. I find that shape really useful.
yeah, me too. It's great for stippling. Yeah. So what's the point of this? Someone asks, what's the point of them? So depending on which direction you hold it. So if you hold it this direction, right, and you do a brush stroke this way, it tends to hold a point. And then if you do it this way, it flattens out. So it's like a combination of a flat and a round. So you can kind of use them two ways. They also are very good because of the clamp, right? They tend to hold a point better than a round, where a round, the end of a round tends to bend over easier because of the shape, where a flat point tends to hold that point a little better and it's a little stiffer. So when you do like stippling, you can make more accurate dots, I find. Speaking of,
Speaking
let's
of
see if
what?
let's see if this command works. Ha.
Command this.
All right, I think got some good shape here. Some good highlights on the hair. Okay, so how's it going with you? Good? Looking good? I think so. I like it. I like it. All right. I'm going to take a quick little 5 minute. And then when I come back, we're going to look at the viewers' models again. Okay?
All right.
All right. Do you want to keep painting and talking, or you want me to put it on the
Yeah,
be right
I will.
back?
I will keep. I won't be able to stay for much longer because here it's getting late and I need to get back home at some point.
Yeah. I understand. All right. So I'll leave
But
it with you for a few
yeah.
minutes, and then when I come back, we will. You
All
can say
right.
goodbye if you want, and then I will review people's models.
All right. See you soon. Now, guys, is the moment where you start adding random pictures to the feedback. Thank you, Dimitri. I am uh, I am not 100% sure right now that the figure is getting somewhere. I am not 100% sure about the olive green, but we'll see. We'll see. It's really easy to change though. I already have the texture. I could really easily shift the hue to either more yellowish or more bluish. So it's just a matter of deciding afterwards. In fact, I may go for a little more of a tealish look after, but I'm still deciding. I think I have plenty of time still. I am going to work a little bit on the fur. On the fur. If you have any questions, guys, I would be happy to help at any point. So feel free to ask. Like I don't think you need to I need to approve it. Oh, maybe you've added me to my personal one where I keep like IRL friends and family. My Instagram is at Borhammer Miniatures. So at Borhammer period is my personal one for friends and family. No worries at all. I don't even use it that much. I don't even use it lately. I'm trying to get a detox from social media. And my Instagram algorithm is broken right now. I will get the sword before I leave. All right, so I will answer a couple of questions that I am seeing. So In retrospect, did in-person classes help improve my painting massively with all the online resources? Absolutely. I have to say something, which is that sometimes I've been able to attend those classes because they were held here in miniature art, and also I've had the pleasure of working with Alfonso for almost 4 years, so I got classes basically, or feedback from him daily, on a daily basis, of course free of, free of charge. But I've paid for Arnaud's class, I've paid for David Arroba's class, and certainly I think it's intelligent, basically because you get to see how the person thinks and how the teacher thinks, and how they see miniature painting, and that's something that most of the time you cannot get it from online content, even if like in miniature art we get really complex into, sometimes into really complex topics that they are difficult to translate through the screen. All right, so I would always recommend you to attend in-person classes. Sword and Song. Maybe I will sing, maybe not. I need a couple of beers for that. If you see me in person, if anyone wants to hang out at Vegas when we get there, feel free to say, "Hey Borja, I'm Joe." Whatever, I will if I can, I will spend time with you and and get you all a beer. And for the moment, I am not, like, for the moment I am not going to be able to stream on Twitch for the moment, but I would love to at some point. And I am gonna be teaching 3 really short classes. I think I'm teaching mixing, I'm teaching non-metallics, and I am giving feedback live. So that's what I'm doing. Hello, handsome.
Hi, how's it going?
Not bad.
Yeah? Not so bad? You're
Not so bad.
natural. I saw you. Just running the stream all by yourself, ready to do your own stream.
You know that I used to stream, right? Before my back problems.
Yeah?
We used to, like, in Spanish, but I am used to Twitch, but and that's one of the reasons that I cannot start right now, because I love it too much, and I know it will take time from other things that I have to do.
It does. It does, yeah, take a little extra time.
Adiós. Ciao, chicos. David is leaving.
David is leaving?
Sí.
Did I hear Mary?
No, you heard Andrea. Droidena. Have you heard of her?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. She also left.
Borja, where can we find more information about your class in Dallas?
Really soon. And if you have you can directly, well, Dodge, you have my phone, but we will release more information really soon, hopefully next week. We have a couple of things to decide yet that haven't been decided, but I can tell you that it will be a 2-day, 1-day class. So I will be doing 1 day for mixing and sketching to a degree, and then it will be a Warhammer figure 1-day class also. So,
And if you want to get any of the information, follow Borja on his social channels here.
Oh, Borjammer is Borjammer miniatures, my friend. The Borjammer one is my,
Ah,
my private one. That's why he I understand now. It's okay.
oh, once you're, I have to change it then. Well, it's too late now.
Nah, it's too late. It's okay.
You can find, just search Borhammer on Instagram. You'll find him. All right, let's look at how people are doing on the Discord. Let's look into it, huh?
Spicy DMs. I would love some spicy DMs.
Okay, so we were at like 3 something. Yeah, BB looking good, looking very good,
That
BB.
looks good. That
Yeah.
looks great.
Yeah, BB is quite good.
See,
Adios, Alfonso. I don't get a goodbye. It's fine. I understand. It's,
Alfon Eric se despide de ti.
Let's see. Dimitri, very nice.
Shushaten.
I would maybe glaze over the blue with a little bit more saturated color in order to just restore. It looks a little light, a little gray at the moment, so maybe just a little color glaze on top just to restore just a touch of saturation to the fabric would be nice.
Bye bye, motherfucker.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
La tuya se parece más.
Sí.
La tuya se parece más a él.
Alfonso says that my version looks closer to you.
Ah,
Like looks. That's because I've been thinking about him.
Why not naked? That's my question. Why?
you have to ask Joaquin. Joaquin keeps that figure for himself. That's in his private collection.
Eh?
I said Joaquin has
See?
the naked version in his private collection. This is nice.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Yeah, this is going well, Graham. I like the placement of the lights and everything. Really good. The fabric or the fur is a little green at the moment, so I would maybe try and adjust that. But yes, very nice. What's this in the background though? Let's look at his other miniatures in the background. He's got a Space Marine captain here. He's got some kind of samurai thing over here. We can see it's some sort of, I think that's a Skaven riding a rat. We can sneak some peeks at some other stuff. We got an infinity thing up here. He's got all kinds of stuff hiding in the background. It's like Where's Waldo? ¿Dónde está Waldo?
¿Dónde está Wally?
Is it Wally in
Wally,
Spanish?
yeah.
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 Richard, nice job, dude. Good. The hair needs a little more separation, like with the braid and stuff. A little more definition. I would also glaze a little more of a rich brown over top of the leather, but I like it a lot. It is really nice. Walter in Germany. It's Wally in the UK also. It's Charlie in France. Come on, France.
Charlie. Come on, France. They didn't even try. Like World War II, basically, then. I love you, French guys. I love
Where's Charlie?
Charlie.
Where's Charlie?
Charlie. Uh,
Jubas, this is nice. Your shadows. Okay, so some of your shadows are a little deep, right? So it's making some of the like heavier line work look really thick. So like if we look at the cape right here, like the green cloth, the contrast is really high, and it's making it look like shinier than the material should be. So this is one of those times where you actually want to reduce some contrast a little bit so that you can create more contrast between materials, okay? But volumetric wise, like it's quite nice. Like light placement is good. Now it's just striking that balance of the correct level of contrast on each individual element in order to create more overall contrast throughout the whole piece, you know? Slayer Street. Very good. I like the texture on the fabric. Again, this is another time when you probably want to glaze this back down with like a transparent blue in order to reduce some of those highlights. Because right now the highlights on your blue are brighter than the highlights on your skin and hair, right? So you want to reduce that some and then maybe push the highlights more on the hair and skin in order to make, because the hair should appear as a shinier, like a shinier material than this wool, right? So you need to bring this back, right? Murph. Also nice. Murph, I would like a little more color saturation in the face. Also the fabric, you've gone too far, right? So I thought this might happen with a few people, is like you're trying to push that contrast again. Like this is where you have to sometimes take a step back and look at it as an overall piece and see that that the lights on this fabric are just too much. So pull it back and it'll help like give more light and more focus to the face, okay? I understand it's super blown out here, but even then these like the value of this is still like higher than it is here, right? So you need to reduce.
Reduce. Reducir.
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 The noob painter. Good. I mean, other than the eyes being a little messy, I think the fabric is looking good. Like you didn't overdo it. You could maybe even tone that down just a touch, but I think the hair color and light placement and stuff is you're definitely on the right track. Like level of contrast and everything seems quite good on the hair and face. I have an advantage with my rolling R's because I played saxophone, and you have to be able to roll your R's with a saxophone in order to like trill with the reed, in case. So you know, the trills. Really nice. Again, probably too much contrast on the fabric. Yeah, guys, like reduce this. Okay, I'll pull mine back. I'll put mine back up on screen for a second so you can see it. Right? Here we go. It's not that high. All right. Contrast on the fabric is not very high. This blue here is like a mid-tone on the skin, so it's not close to the level of the highlights of the face, right? I didn't know I joined Learn Spanish 101 class with Swinson and Borja. Me llamo Eric. ¿Cómo se llama?
I love that when Eric tries and speaks Spanish, his voice pitch becomes so high, like
Yeah, because I think Dora the Explorer, where she's like, "Can you find the toy? Where is it?"
Oh my goodness. Dora, 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 exploradora. Vamos, Dora.
I can always do the super deep like Spanish announcer accent if you want.
Which is?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca, maldito cabrón?
Alright. Those Murph. Ferrule brush slicker. Really good. Still think you could push the highlights on the hair a little bit more, but the fabric and the fur looks great. Look at this fur, dude. Look how soft that looks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, nice job. Really nice. Dave Mumford, I see you have adjusted. It looks like you've adjusted the face a little bit here. I like the little medallion thing. The fabric looks pretty good. I would maybe bring the highlights on the fabric a little more dispersed, so a little more diffused. Okay. But overall, I think this is really good. Really nice. Everyone is doing so well. Hudson. Good job. Yeah. Yeah, boy. I could see toning back like the fabric a little. Like let's look at Borja's for a second. Can you just show yours on camera? Right? So maybe taking some green and just glazing it back down a little bit in order to get some of that like nice green saturation back. Okay? Right here it looks a little too minty. Thank you, Borja.
Nada.
Gracias, señor.
Nada, my friend.
What are we doing? Why did Praise just took a picture of yours and then posted that? Colossal meltdown. Nice. All right, so your highlights are a little chalkier. So I think something you want to probably work on is paint consistency, right? Like getting this. You see how splotchy it feels? Okay, you probably need to either work in some thicker paints, like or just maybe it's that your base. It's hard to see this sort of thing without seeing it in person or the steps that got you to this point. But the feeling I get is that maybe your base coats initially weren't solid enough, right? So now this, like when you start to put this lighter color on top and it's a little thin, that it sort of shows through and it doesn't it has that kind of splotchy feeling to it. Okay. Baba Ganoush. Nice. Yeah, I like this. Okay. Cool. Interesting choice with the chest there. To do that open. I don't know if it's supposed to be like that. I think that's supposed to be leather, but I could be. Who knows? I think he's supposed to be wearing like a leather breastplate, but I think it's an interesting choice to do it. Doing it skin.
Yeah.
Of me.
more naked. Even.
More shirtless. Yeah, I think it's cool. Looks good. I like the magic card in the background.
Tell me you are a student of Eric without telling me you're a student of Eric.
Is it possible to thicken more watery paints? Not really, no. You could thin paints,
To
but
thicken more watery paints.
yeah, I don't. You can't really add more pigmentation to a watery paint.
In the palette, you could add heavy body pigments, maybe.
Yeah, but then you're
But
using a different paint, right?
exactly, yeah. But in terms of mixing, if that's the question, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you could try. Ultra Krill has a thickener medium? What the heck is that?
What the heck? Thickener medium. That sounds sketchy, to be honest. What do they use for thickening it?
It's just flour. Oh, this is nice. All right, cool. I like it. I like it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
El Corte Inglés.
Sí, sí, el Corte Inglés. I think you could add maybe just a touch more warmth to the lights of the skin. Right? Just a little bit. Push that skin highlights just a tiny bit more and just with a bit more warmth. Something like a sunny skin tone I think would really like add some of that final like punch to the skin. So, but nice job overall. James R. Nice. Nice. Really good. Really, really strong. Very good. You guys are all doing a great job. Roxana yelled at me on your behalf to push the highlights. I'm a soul man. Hello, welcome, and my mini itch. Hello, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. This one is new run clear. Oh, she did a good job telling you to push the highlights because it's looking nice. Nice job. Yeah, really good. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I don't have much to say. I think maybe you need like a little bit more of this yellowish tone just before the lights, like on the beard, because I can see on the beard that you're starting to push to those highlights and they wash it out, right? It starts to become like washed out because of the whites. And so a little bit of extra yellow just before that final highlights will make it look good. Mono paints. Nice. You could have a little more shape to the cape here, okay? So try and come back with some of your shadow tone and re-establish a bit of those folds. Because right now it's a little too scattered, right? It's a little too even or random, and I don't quite get the fold shapes in there. Okay. So that's ice cream. Nice. Maybe bring down the final highlights on the fabric just a touch. The fur looks good. I like that. Very nice. Lexi. Nice. Okay, let me see this other photo. Still think you could push the contrast just a little bit further on the face. I also think it could overall use just a little bit more saturation, but I like where it is headed. It is looking good. Dicey. Nice, nice. Okay, fabric looks good. Same sort of deal here. I think with a glaze of shadow, you can bring the shape of those folds back just a little bit. Okay. Arcane, Alex. Yeah, yeah. Okay, good. Face looks good. Yep. Nice. Shaman Legion. tone down too much. All right. Good volume interpretation on the fabric here. Like your folds and stuff are really clear, but the highlights are a little too much. So this is where you want to come back with your blue, like a neutral blue, and filter over the top of it to unify it a little bit. Tone that down just a touch. ITZ electric football. Good. Your folds are maybe a little sharp, so you want something maybe at the between the highlight and the midtone, just to like make them feel slightly more round, because right now they're a little too razor sharp, but very nice. Steve, really good. Very cool. All right. I like it. I like it. Excellent. Yep. Looking quite nice. He needs some highlights on his eyebrows. Right? He needs a little bit of lights on his eyebrows, but that is nice going. Flapjack. Also really good. Yeah, fabric is great here. Okay. It could maybe use just like one more, just ever so subtle, like slightly brighter tone, but I think it's like 90% there. Okay.
Sadly, I will have to go, my friend.
You're leaving us? That's fine.
Yes,
Let's
I
all
am.
say goodbye to Borha real quick. Make sure you follow Borha. Check out the Miniature Art Academy. Check out any of his in-person classes. And thanks for hanging out with us today.
It was amazing, Eric. Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I will post the pictures tomorrow.
Oh.
And I am really happy with the result. Like, following along was pretty easy. It was a nice sculpt. Thank you, all of you guys, for cheering us out. And I can't wait. I cannot wait for next time. So
thank you for
enjoy the
keeping
rest
them
of
entertained.
Next time I will sing for sure. Oh, I will get the sword before I leave, because they've asked several times.
Okay. Here you go. I'm going to get. Whoa. Wow. Man, how far away is it? He's hiding it. It's locked away. Oh. All right, let's see it.
All right.
Flip it over.
That's
It's
it.
the words are upside down. You gotta flip it up. Is it sharp? No, I don't think so. They don't.
No,
they
it's
don't
not
sharpen
sharp.
it.
And I have one student that that touched it with we call it here like dedos de chetos, de ganchitos, like with the
Cheeto fingers?
Yeah, Cheeto fingers. And now it's rusting here because of
Oh,
the Cheeto
no.
fingers. Yeah. I have to get it fixed. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and see you soon. And thank you, Eric. It was amazing.
Thank you very much for joining us.
See you all soon. Bye, bye, guys.
Bye. It's all right. You're not coming through the audio anymore. No. All right, let's get back and finish up looking at these. We're gonna hit these last ones. Review these. All right, Captain Carp. Good. Again, the blue. I think you could. We want that like final blue to still be blue, right? So it's like it's getting a little too close to white. Okay. Teal, great. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, the highlights on the green are still green, right? They're still green. They're not too much. Okay. Leather. Some of the fur here is probably a little too high contrast. Okay, so I would reduce that a little bit. You can come back with just like a mid-tone and create more texture in the shadows there. And yeah, Wami. Good. I think your texture on your fabric could be smaller, right? So dot a little bit, like half the size of that for dots. Yeah, lots of people stayed through the whole thing. Glad you guys were here for this. CW, nice. Okay. Yeah. Again, reduce that final highlight a little bit on the fabric. It's a little too contrasty, right? I know it can be tough to fight this instinct to like want to really push the contrast on everything, but this is one of those times where you have to kind of take it a little more subtle, because we don't want it to look, too shiny. We want it to be a little more flat, Dodge, good job. Skin looks really nice. Fabric is also probably a little too contrasty. Same with some of the fur, but I think overall you've done a nice job. Mingy. There we go. So, yep, that's what I like to see. Good job. Good job. Very nice. He needs the glint in his eyes, though. You got to get that little white dot in the eyes, RJ. Too contrasty fabric. Okay. Fur is a nice level of contrast, right? We've got that sort of medium gray up to a light tone. Okay. But see the difference in contrast between this and this? Okay. The lights are similar, but the shadows on the fabric are way darker, so you need to tone this back just a little bit in order to get a similar value range. All right. This is good. Yeah. All right. Good level of contrast there on the fabric and the fur. The fur again could be thinner, right? Like your brush strokes could be more tapered, but that's a thing that takes just practice of brush control in order to do that. So that's just time spending, like practicing doing thin lines. Okay. And yes, sometimes it is just that level of practice. Still could maybe push the highlights on the face just a little bit further, but yeah, good. I like the fur, the cloth is good. Okay, don't touch the cloth. But yeah, the brush control stuff is just going to take just more time. I know you're still quite new, so nice job. Good level of contrast on the fabric. Okay, now you just gotta finish it up. Same sort of deal, right? This could be a little more tapered. Eric Schwitz, thanks, man. This was very fun to paint along. I appreciate your time and feedback. I'm happy to help. And since this was so insanely helpful, I feel like I made more progress today than I have in the past 2 years of painting on and off. You're very welcome. I'm glad to hear that. Good, Steve. Good. Yeah, this is better than what I saw before. This is correct. See how it's like, this is like a dark fabric? It's really nice. Is there a solution to bringing up saturation without painting things? Use a transparent paint, okay? transparent paints, it might end up getting, you're going to lose some, you might have to repaint some things, but like just glazing in some colors, you might have to restore some final highlights, but like glazing a saturated transparent paint, you kind of try inks. Glazing inks works really well for increasing saturation. Okay. But you'll still probably have to, restore the final highlights. Nice job, Steve. Like it. I like it. Sam, looks good. Obviously some of the hair isn't finished. Great job on the cape. Really good. Killing it. Matte. Cape's maybe a little too contrasty. Your dots could be smaller. You know, it said it needed tape or something. Your line work on the fur could be more tapered. What I mean by that is like the brush strokes could be thinner, okay? And that's just practice learning to like paint really thin lines, you know? Dicey, I've been sharing mostly my husband's for feedback. Above a while ago, count 1 sub. I don't care. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, too heavy here. See how it's like black to almost white? So like, look how dark your shadows on your fabric are. You need to unify this a little bit, okay? So it's not like it's too much. You can see that the contrast on the fabric right now is the most of anything, okay? So it's like black to nearly pure white. So the level of contrast on the fabric is just too high. Caltalk, hello, welcome, thanks for following. All right, got Nate. Good. You could diffuse some of the lights on the fabric a little bit more. Face and hair looks quite nice. Good job, good job. Gajora, very good. Yep. I'd like to see just a touch more yellowish tone right before the final highlights of the hair, but I like it a lot. I also think the leather here is good. Well, obviously you haven't done it yet, but I think it would be much darker, okay? You don't want it to be too similar to the hair, okay? Very good. Nice, nice, nice. Argus, good job. Boss, yes, better. Here, looks good. Uh-huh. Okay, this is Fathead. Fathead, what I would say is that your hair needs more darker tones. It needs more shadows, browns. It's like, it's too light blonde right now. Even if you're going for platinum blondes, you still have some darker colors in there. Platinum blonde actually almost tends to turn like kind of grayish in the highlights or in the shadows. So yeah, you want to actually like desaturate it a little bit in order to give that like kind of platinum blonde look. Okay. Dodge, you're very welcome. G Field, you're also welcome. Thank you guys. You're also welcome, Skajora. Candace, good job. Yes. Okay. Good. You can maybe reduce the fabric just a touch. The final highlights on the fabric just a touch. I would also push the lights on the fur a little more. But this is nice. Dan. It seems like you haven't done really anything on the fabric or fur yet, but the face is looking quite good. Try and get rid of this line. Okay, see on the beard you have this line. Take some more of this skin tone and like paint it down into between the hairs. Okay? Thanks. Thank you guys. Okay. Also, you don't need these super dark lines between the hairs up here. Okay. You almost want this sort of like zigzag thing to go across. Eric, would you quickly be able to sketch out the NMM on his medallion? Yes, I will. Once I get through these, I will do the NMM. Does the blue need to come down more? No, this is better. That's better. Roxana, very nice. Good job. I like it. Nothing really to say. Maybe you need some black lines separating things like the undershirt and the leather. Like you need some real dark lining, but this is very good. Probably need to move the highlights on his mustache. Just bump those up a little bit. But yeah, and I mean the hair in general needs just a little more work, but the overall sketch and everything is super good. Face looks great. And Nodi, nice job. Cool. All right. Let's look at Murph is typing something. All right, Murph, what do you want? You got something for me? Let me take a look. Good. Better. The NMM is also pretty nice. Yeah, looks really nice, dude. All right, let me sketch the NMM real quick for you guys, and then I'm gonna have to head out because it has been all day. But I think everyone has done a fantastic job. So let's go over the NMM real fast. So same sort of concept applies here, all right? I would probably do it gold, but I don't really have gold colors on my palette right now. So do it whatever color you want. I'm just gonna do it steel real fast. So we can look here, like, where is because it's shine, right? One, we want to think about like what the environment is. So this thing's pretty flat. Most of this is going to come down to painting like edges and stuff, okay? So what we want to do is we want to get kind of like a sky feeling to this. Like it can be pretty gray, like imagine it's like a somewhat cloudy day, okay? So basically I would just do all of this sort of one tone, right? Something along those lines. Then I would have to do a wash. But I would pick a spot based on my kind of reflection point. And here you can see it's actually sort of low on the light, right? So it's kind of at like the bottom, right? Because he's leaning backwards, that highlight on this thing is actually a little lower on this sort of disc than you think. Right, so it's almost more here at like the 7 o'clock position for me, right? Because you're looking at the disc not straight on, you're looking at it. So it's not flat like this, it's leaned backwards, right? So we can actually put that a little lower. And then we can also play with some color like from his hair in it. Okay, so we can get some of we take some of this like brownish gray color. And we can add some of that towards like the upper section, something like that, right? And we'll try and divide those a little bit. And then the trick is going to be just like outlining all of the little stuff. But this is, for me, this is like enough to get like the general reflection on it. Okay. then it's like applying a wash or whatever to fill in all those little details, and then it's you pick an angle and you start edge highlighting them all, right? So let's take some of the black, thin down. Okay, so it's like you fill this stuff in, right? It was still kind of wet, but you get all that like knotwork and everything filled in. And you can see that where they start to like catch light. So you can see like on here as I move this around that the like rim of the thing starts to catch light. Okay. So it's like here gets a little bit more up top. We want to repeat that reflection up top here. Right, something like that. And then we'll push the light even more. But yeah, this is a very just like tiny little, these are little tiny things to do, right? Like this, and then get that reflection sort of here. I'm not going to spend the whole time like painting every single one of those little rune markers at the moment, but it will give you sort of the idea of what you're aiming for. All right, so something along those lines should get you to a point where it like starts to feel like metallic, okay? Without like going into the hyper details of painting every single one of those runes. When you see it like that, it starts to make sense, you know? Ta-da! Sometimes NMM is deceptively simple, okay? Cool? Is that helpful? Any questions? Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Make sure you give a follow. Make sure you go check out Borha. I appreciate you all being here. It's been a pleasure, and I'm very impressed with all the results that I've seen. So, yeah. You guys are great. Jean-Pierre Villol, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, make sure to check out Epica Tales. Check out Joaquin's social and yeah. Thank you, Remy. I'll see you in Monty, huh? Monte. All right, let's see who we can send you all over to. We'll who's streaming? We got Spark. We got who's Cryo Cheese? We'll give Cryo Cheese a big rain. All right, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with me today. You guys, it was a pleasure having you all here, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you Wednesday for the next painting stream. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.